So Jamie Porter with ball in hand, the Essex spearhead. Ready to start this Bob Willis Trophy Final. Captain Tom Wesley winning the toss and electing to bowl. Ben Green and Tom Lennonby, the openers for Somerset. The latter having batted so well his breakout season, his first year in first-class cricket. A couple of centuries along the way. He's at the non-strikers end. We've got Green on strike to start the final. Porter bowling with 3 slips and a gully. On the way at Lords to start the Bob Willis Trophy Final. Porter bowls. Down the leg side to begin. So to recap those teams, Somerset, Tom Lennonby and Ben Green opening. Tom Abel batting at 3. Eddie Byram at 4. George Bartlett at 5. Stephen Davies 6. Craig Overton 7. Lewis Gregory, Josh Davey, Jack Leach and Jack Brook rounding out the 11 for the visitors. Well, I say the visitors. They're both visitors, of course, this week. Neutral venue at Lords. Come further. Shape outside the off stump. As for Essex, who of course tops the southern group, Alistair Cook opening the batting with Nick Brown, who's been recalled to that position after missing the last couple of games in the regular season. And Tom Wesley, the captain, at 3. Daniel Lawrence at 4. Paul Walter at 5. He was opening in Brown's place. Ryan Penderskata, Adam Weeder, Simon Harmer, Aaron Beard, Sam Cook and Jamie Porter, who's bowling here. Bat on ball for the first time.
Yeah, there'll be a few nerves out there. Big occasion for a lot of these men. Probably one of the biggest games they'll have to play in their professional careers. Some young men who are at the start of their careers. A fantastic opportunity. It was only a year ago, pretty much to the day, Essex battled it out with Somerset down at Taunton to see who would prosper in the county championships. Essex very strong side over the last 2 or 3 years under Anthony McGrath.
Playing is shaping away again, hitting the seam. Didn't quite carry all the way through.
Hasn't been much bounce so far. I know we're only in the first over, but Adam Wheater, Alistair Cook, the first slip, Simon Harmer, they're very deep. I like to see my keeper and slips up nice and close for the opening overs. When you're not sure about the wicket, the bowler maybe just finding is getting nice and loose. You don't want a nick just dropping short early.
Porter so effective, 21 wickets so far in the season. An average of just 19. Outstanding, of course, back in 2017 when Essex won the competition, and again last year in 2019. Well played, but straight down to mid-on. Maiden over to start the final, bowled by Jamie Porter. Mentioning his numbers over the last few years in Division 1 cricket, and indeed what he's achieved in the Bob Willis Trophy this year. He's taken 202 scalps at just 21. So a high-quality performer over a lengthy period of time now, Porter, at the top flight. Wasn't able to make it into that England squad of 55, that training squad to start the summer, this truncated coronavirus-affected season, but certainly bounced back magnificently in the Bob Willis Trophy. Sam Cook to take up the attack from the nursery end. 3 slips and a gully in at Tom Lennonby, who's been outstanding. Leaving his first ball. Good carry.
That's more like it. That's lovely carry. Spoke to Andre Nell before the game, the Essex bowling coach. He's very impressed with the 2 or 3, I'll call them youngsters, coming through the Essex seam bowling ranks. Porter's been around a while, as has Cook. Beard is a good bowler, swings it nicely. Nippy, I'd call him. Cook is probably the quickest. That ball carried nicely above the waist to Adam Wheater. What a wonderful occasion. The weather's playing its part thus far too.
this time for Lennonby, who carried his bat against Worcestershire. A really important contribution there to make sure that Somerset made it through to this final day. They needed to win there to guarantee their place here at Lord's. His second century in the competition. He's averaged 49 across the 5 rounds opening the batting. Of course, he's been on that pathway playing for the England under-19s between 2017 and 2019. Now on a much bigger stage. Shout the leg before, close and gone! Lennonby gone for a duck. Cook straight in the book. Somerset lose their first wicket without scoring a run.
Well, big in swinger. As a left-hander, you're always worried that early on, getting your head in the right position. Nice big in ducker. Well, that's a big loss. It's a big loss. A man in form. Tom Lennonby's been in good form in all formats this year, but he's got to go for a duck.
Yeah, this Essex pace attack. Porter and Cook and Beard here today, of course, complemented by Simon Harmer, the spinner. More wickets in this comp than anyone. 34 wickets at 13 and a half. Continuing his wonderful stint down at Chelmsford. But early on this fresh strip, the central pitcher at Lord's. It's Cook straight into the book. Tom Abel, the captain, walking out far earlier than he would have liked when they were asked to bat this morning. Excellent campaign, making 352 runs across the 5 group games, a couple of centuries against Glamorgan and Gloucestershire. His 4th year as captain of this side, and a chance today to pick up a big trophy across the next 5 days, I should say, here at Lord's. So win this competition as he did last year in the Royal London Cup, the 50-over competition. Here he is facing his first ball. Just trending down the leg side, big appeal. Fraction high as well.
A couple of bowlers around the circuit, you would say, have been fantastic campaigners for 4 or 5 years, even longer. Jack Brooks at Somerset. Never got the England honours that maybe some people thought he may have done. Jamie Porter's another one. Fabulous bowlers for the counties.
Good channel there from Cook.
Good pace. Decent pace. It's fast medium, it's brisk. The kind of bowlers that bring the batsman into the game. You would feel as an opening batsman, a top order batsman for Somerset. You lose the toss, you're inserted, you're going to be asked a lot of questions in this first hour, you would say. Pitch the ball up. Essex will pitch the ball up. They don't tend to bowl too many short balls. Try and drag the batsman forward. Abel batting outside his crease.
Down the leg side there from Cook to finish, but it's a wicket maiden. First up from the right arm seamer. So after 2 overs, Somerset have lost a wicket, but they're yet to score a run. And just picking up the coverage now, Tom Lennonby out leg before wicket to Sam Cook. Just his 3rd delivery this morning. Cook now 13 wickets in this competition. Had 12 at 16 coming in. Picked up 4 for 27 against Middlesex. Really important that they finished that campaign. It was they guaranteed that Essex would go through to the final. Of course, only 2 teams out of the 3 divisions were able to progress. Yorkshire missing out, having topped the North group with 87 points. Another close leave. Water just finding his radar here. Right-handed Green.
You'd feel a bit hard done by. You're up in Leeds and you've topped the North group with 87 points and you don't make a final, wouldn't you?
Well, Essex finished with 90 points and Somerset 97, so it's all to play for on that final day. Essex held their nerve. Indeed, they won comfortably in 3 days against Middlesex, and Somerset had a bit more work to do against Worcestershire at New Road, but they got the job done as well.
And that ball there, angled in from fairly wide in the crease. Speaking to Andre Nell pre-game, he spoke about the angled delivery. wants bowlers to get nice and close to the stumps. At the moment, just angling it in slightly from wide of the crease. Nell, of course, himself, a peculiar action. Fantastic, aggressive bowler for South Africa down the years and numerous counties, including Essex and Surrey.
Well bowled. Nice soft hands out towards backward point.
Yeah, he just spoke about, Andre Nell spoke about Jamie Porter. He looked at footage from 2017, 2018 when he had those massive seasons, breakthrough seasons you would say, and he was getting closer to the stumps. And he just thinks this year Porter's bowling a little bit wider of the crease, angling the ball in, maybe using his arm and shoulder a little bit more. Just something to keep an eye on as this game progresses.
Yeah, the curious case of Porter, isn't it? We mentioned that he missed out on that England training squad of 55. He said in an interview during the week that he was shocked and gutted to miss that opportunity earlier in the year, but say all you can do is bounce back, and he's done precisely that over the last couple of months in this competition. Leading this attack, along with Cook and Beard and Harmer, who are playing today, they've all had excellent seasons. They've certainly earned their place this week. That's the channel again. It's probing outside the off stump there is Green. Not far away at all, building that pressure.
Yeah, 21 wickets before this fixture for Jamie Porter. Average of 18, an economy under 3, so fantastic number. So he's picking up wickets, but he's also very economical. So he's keeping pressure on the batsman at all stages. That's what all the Essex attack do. They just probe away, and then the spinner comes on like Harmer and he can attack.
A second maiden for Porter, 3 maidens on the bounce for Essex after winning the toss and bowling. Couldn't ask much more than that. Would have been a tough decision to have elected to bowl when you consider they've got Simon Harmer an opportunity to bowl him on a Waring Lords pitch maybe on day 4 or day 5, but they've gone the other way here and reaped an immediate reward for it, picking up a wicket in the second over, that of Tom Lennonby, who was leg before wicket for a duck to Cook, who'll continue now from the nursery end. But yeah, as a captain, it wasn't an easy decision. You're out there earlier today.
Well, they often say at Lords, you don't worry about the pitch so much at the toss, you look up to the skies.
Cook's now got 4 slips. Oh, it's off the outside edge too. The first runs of the final from the blade of Abel down towards the rope at third man. Not much of a gap there between 4th slip and backward point, but he located it and he's off the mark.
Yeah, a little bit streaky, but always nice to get off the mark, especially when you've been out there a few balls, and Tom Abel's a fine player. Fine young man, leading from the front. Excellent red ball cricketer. Superb white ball cricketer too. So a very talented individual. He'll be a bit more comfortable now he's off the mark.
Just an extra yard from Cook that we're seeing already. They're beating Abel on the inside edge. Cook, who really burst onto the scene back in 2017, his first season as a professional cricketer, picked up a stack of wickets in that championship win. Then last year in 2019, collected 32 at 21. Building a fine career. Now 100 first-class wickets. Ooh, leaving close to the off stump again. Something happening every ball with Cook at the moment.
Well, there's no respite for the Somerset batsmen. They're constantly being challenged at forward defence line. They're not being given any width. They're not being given many drive balls. It's a real test of their technique and temperament on a big occasion here at HQ. Under pressure. Good start by Essex.
That's better from Abel. That'll feel good. Fine in the middle of the bat with that push to mid-wicket. Yeah, so Cook now 100 first-class wickets. At about 23 and a half.
When you look through the Essex bowlers throughout the season, they just don't give you anything. Economy rates, Harmer 2.2, 10 to shot, obviously not going to bowl too much, but Cook 2.02, Beard 2.67. They give you absolutely nothing.
short, cut, and out to the boundary for a second for in the over. On top of the bounce there, Abel in complete control. Somerset now 8 for 1. The captain has all of those runs. 8 from 8 so far.
Just what you want. Earlier innings, get one out of the middle. Help you settle into your day's work. Make you feel a whole lot better.
Leaving well to complete the over. Productive one for Somerset. 8 for 1. 4 overs gone after being asked to bat at the toss this morning by Tom Wesley. Mentioned that Abel had a couple of centuries. He's another player who missed out on the training squad of 55 for England at the start of the summer. Didn't have the best time of it with the Lions last winter, but having really piled on the runs in this competition, in excess of 350 of them, a couple of centuries along the way, he's giving himself every opportunity to get back on the plane. Indeed, if the Lions do tour this winter, time will tell, of course. Who knows what might be possible in a couple of months' time. Or not, as it were. So Porter running away from us at the pavilion end. Another close sleeve, isn't it? Green has occupied the crease for 13 balls now. He's been watching very closely to his off stump.
He's sweating out. Ben Green. He's been out there a good 20 minutes. Not off the mark. He'll just be thinking, just give me one on my pads. Just give me a little clip ball down the slope, please. Porter's not going to give him anything. Just angling the ball in ever so much, just holding from time to time, just looking for the outside edge.
Making contact this time, but straight to mid-off, no run. So Green in this competition made a half century after coming in as a concussion sub in the first round of the season. So came in for the second innings when George Bartlett copped a whack to the head. Missed those middle 3 games and got back into the team for the final round where he missed out, but given this chance at the top of the order in the game that matters most. Better carry there from Porter. Just angling down that slope. Inside portion of the bat. Green finally gets off the mark. Out towards mid-wicket. That'll feel good. 9 for 1, Somerset. Took him 16 deliveries to get down the other end, but a relief it will be here at Lord's. 5-day final. It'd been tough to sleep last night for the young 22-year-old knowing what was ahead of him, I'm sure. Abel now takes his guard at the nursery end. First ball he's had to face up to from Jamie Porter, who's on the way. Abel again finding the middle of the bat. Nice stride down the strip in defence. Of course, 90 over days in the Bob Willis Trophy. And if you're wondering, there are provisions in place if we do have a rain-affected game, although let's hope not. But there might be tomorrow, maybe a little bit tomorrow, we're hearing. But if we do end up through the 5 days and there is a draw, we have provision for a result. Again, good carry from Porter to finish. So 5 overs gone. That's Somerset a 9 for 1. As long as the first innings are completed from both teams, first innings points will win. In the absence of that, so if rain severely affects the game, then the trophy will be shared. If they don't complete the first innings, both sides need to reach that stage before we have a game as far as one team taking out the trophy this week. mentioned before, it's the same pitch they used for the test match here between Australia and England last year, where Josh Hazlewood, running in from the end that Sam Cook is at the moment, was able to generate plenty of lift early on. Also the same pitch, of course, where Steve Smith took that mighty blow from Jofra Archer. An exhilarating passage of play on the Saturday of that test match. The contrast between the Lord's Square and what we saw during the internationals at Southampton and Manchester, where every pitch had been used time and time again, whereas here it's lovely and lush. Just the 5 blast games this season. No 4-day cricket. Middlesex playing their home games elsewhere. Nice soft hands there from Green. Gets a single. Stopped by Brown at backward point, diving to his left.
Oh, Brown, Nick Brown, reeling back the years there. Youthful at backward point. Bit of a late bloomer. Nick Brown had a couple of fantastic seasons opening the batting for Essex. Lost away a little bit, but nice to see him back here in this fixture. Good player. Nice, strong left-handed batsman opening up with Cook.
A big call to bring him back too, wasn't it? They had looked further afield in terms of their openers in this competition. Oh, beating the outside edge there, Cook. Down the slope. Seaming away from Abel, who fended at it. But they had, opening up through the second half of the competition, Paul Walter, who did very nicely too. 43, 29 out, consistent throughout the comp, but he's going to bat at 5 for Essex in this decider, with Brown, the experienced Brown, of course, recalled to the 11.
You mentioned the pitch, Adam. Looks pretty good. Last summer, first year for the groundsman Carl McDermott, Worcestershire, Hampshire, started his career at Clontarf in Dublin, head groundsman, good groundsman, but he found it a little bit difficult in his first year in charge. But by all reports, the wickets this year have been fantastic in the blast, especially. They played in some real belters. Fantastic facilities this year, so Carl has settled in nicely.
Quick single to mid-wicket, well ran. Abel made the call. Raced down to the non-striker's end, so Somerset 11 for 1. 1 ball to come in the 6th over, but good assertive running.
Yeah, that was nice. That's what you got to do as an opening batsman. You're not going to get too many free short balls or too much width from these Essex bowlers. You've got to rotate the strike, be busy, pick up what you can in this first half an hour to an hour. You've got to give the first hour to the bowlers. They're going to dominate generally with a red ball, 10:30 start in September. Got to bide your time as a batsman.
Green defends to complete the Cook over. He has 1 for 10 from his 3. Somerset 11 for 1. Yeah, that 10:30 start in September, historically, and of course you played so much county cricket, but this time of year it was when we often would see wickets fall in clusters early on. It's the etiquette to often bowl first. So we're having our first sanitisation break. If you haven't been watching the streams from the Bob Willis Trophy, every 6 overs you're going to see sub-fielders with vests run out and squirt a bit of hand sanitizer to each of the fielders. Every 6 overs or half an hour, whatever comes first, I think it is.
You have to do it in club cricket as well.
Yeah.
Get the old hand sanitizer out, clean the hands. One of these necessities, I suppose, this summer. 90 overs in the day, 10:30 start. Yeah, the ball used to nip around. Used to be cold. Used to be happy with my gloves on, keeping gloves on. First slip, second slip, third slip, be freezing. Pleasant conditions here this morning. Not too cold at all, so pleasant cricketing conditions, you would think.
Well, in this corresponding fixture last year, which was the quasi-final down at Taunton, where Essex had to win in the final week. That was rain affected. Of course, there was a declaration of an innings without a ball being bowled, which is a bit quirky, but needs must in a situation where a win was required. Weren't able to get the job done though. Nicely played here by Abel, but no run. Sorry, it was Somerset who needed to force the result rather than Essex, but Essex were, of course, in a position to control that game, and Alistair Cook, who made runs in both innings, did exactly that and made sure they won the title for the second time in 3 years. But yes, it was a windy and wet and yuck kind of week down at Somerset.
Well, the forfeiting and declaration of innings used to be quite common back in county cricket, going back a fair few years now.
And more in 3-day cricket, wasn't it?
I played a fair bit of county championship cricket. Started my career at Kent, and David Fulton, who was a very good captain, he would often try and forfeit innings or have a generous declaration to set up matches. It doesn't happen as much nowadays. I suppose with relegation, promotion, a bit more at stake, but you know, going back 10-15 years, it was just one division, you played everybody. There was a lot of declarations and forfeit innings that set up matches.
So 4-slip supporter. Again, just playing with soft hands out to point. Wait, no, the call.
I remember David Fulton infuriating Shane Warne that we declared against Nottinghamshire, I think it was. A fellow colleague Rob Key will probably remember better, but we had to beat Nottinghamshire to try and somehow claim a miraculous championship, but in doing so probably cost Hampshire the county championship, so I don't think SK Warne was overly happy.
Full, nicely driven there by Abel, but not able to beat Beard working to his left. Of course, Somerset have been the bridesmaids so often in the top flight. 6 times runners-up since 2001. 3 times in the last 4 years. By contrast, Essex have won the competition 8 times in the last 40 seasons. Of course, victors in 2017 and 2019. Doing a double last year with the T20 Blast as well. First team to complete the Championship Blast double. So they know how to win in tough situations. We've seen Essex a number of times in the Bob Willis have to come from behind, and usually thanks to Simon Harmer. More often than not, he's been involved. So 7 overs gone. Maiden there from Porter. Somerset 11 for 1. But yeah, Essex took a considerable first innings deficit into their first game, which they found a way to win. Then had a narrow chase on the final day in the Southern Group against Sussex down at Hove, which again was a busy final day, winning by 3 wickets. They had a washout at Arundel against Hampshire, where they were of course playing their home games this year because the GS Bowl was otherwise accounted for due to the international fixtures that were being played there, and then they stuck the landing against Middlesex in the 5th round, winning comfortably by 9 wickets to earn their chance to play in the final. Nicely played through mid-wicket by Green into the gap. Collects his 3rd run, his 3rd single. Somerset 12 for 1.
Yeah, just nudging into mid-wicket. That's been Ben Green's protocol thus far. Happy to sit and watch. Abel's been a little bit more aggressive. Simon Harmer, what a find he's been for Essex over the last couple of seasons. Fantastic spinner, good cricketer down the order. Excellent catcher at slip, Simon Harmer. Very good slip catcher. We mentioned about Essex success, and you go back 5, 6, 7 years. Chris Silverwood really turned around for Essex, and then Anthony McGrath has just taken up the mantle, and what a great club structure Anthony McGrath has taken over from Chris Silverwood and just gone from strength to strength. A proven performance, plenty of good old pros. Ryan Tendescada, Adam Wheater's back from Hampshire, added with the likes of Harmer and some young talented bowlers. There's no reason why this Essex setup can't dominate for another 3, 4, 5 years moving forward.
And Alistair Cook, of course, playing next year again as well, leading the runs this year. Nearly a leading edge there from Abel. Played underneath his eyes, but perhaps a fraction of movement from Cook away from the right-hander. I mentioned that first game where Kent were down at Chelmsford against Essex. Well, Essex were behind by about 90 odd runs in the first innings, but found a way to claw it back by bowling out Kent for 112 in the second innings, thanks to that man as always, Simon Harmer, along with Sam Cooke, taking 7 wickets between them, and that got them going, didn't it? One washout, but 4 wins, no losses. Of course, the washout down at Arundel was where Alistair Cook made his unbeaten century, 129 not out, albeit in a game with very little play. Looking forward to seeing the Somerset seamers who've been in tremendous nick, bowling to Cook especially. Oh, shout the leg before. Is there an inside edge? Hands on head from Cook. It's turned down. Saved by the blade there, Abel, so it looks, Niall O'Brien.
Well, I could hear it. Unless my ears are deceiving me. Sure, there was a healthy inside edge. Essex looked absolutely distraught. Abel didn't look worried whatsoever. He was fairly calm, as if to say, no, big edge.
Cook and Harmer are bereft in the cordon. They're convinced that he was gone, but as you say, 2 noises, which was enough doubt to turn the shout down. So Cook goes again. Better there from Abel, defending out to the offside to complete the over, the 8th of the morning. Somerset made their way to 12 for 1. Abel's 9, Green's 3. Saying goodbye to Niall O'Brien. And welcoming for the first time this morning, former England captain Michael Atherton. G'day, Athers.
Colo, how are you? Very nice to be here.
Delightful being at the pavilion end to call a game of cricket. This is where we were positioned for the blast here, but it's been, well, 20 years since the new media centre was built, so a rare privilege to be up here calling.
Back in the day, of course, the TMS commentators are about, 150 yards to our left. That's where John Arlott would have called his final ball of Test match cricket many years ago.
Equidistant to where we are on the other turret, they're up there. When Arlott called his final ball in the centenary test of 1980. A brilliant tradition here at Lord's. Another single for Green, pushing through cover. Nice straight blade. He's now 4.
It's quite a good pitch, actually. You'd think it would be an advantage for Essex to win the toss and put Somerset in on a late September's morning with an early start. I can recall years gone by, NatWest games or end of season trophy games that would start pretty early on, September the 1st, and everybody thought it was a massive advantage, but actually the pitch looks pretty good so far.
You mentioned before that test strip from last year, which gave plenty to the fast bowlers. Nice clip that from Abel. Again, gap at mid-wicket, runs away towards the boundary and trickles into the rope. So his third 4 of the morning, the Somerset skipper, moving to 13. There's 17 for 1.
Yeah, not his most convincing 4. He played one very good shot early on where he stood tall and punched it off the back foot through cover. This one was a little bit of a close face. I think he was trying to hit it straighter than he did.
So after bowling first, important that Essex were able to get a second early breakthrough. Porter striving for that here. Another quick single. We've seen a number of those this morning. Abel pushing out towards point. Gets there comfortably, 18 for 1.
Inevitably, I put the kiss of death on Tom Lennonby this morning after a big rap in the Times overnight. I mean, a complete kiss of death. Looked a good ball, actually, one that swung quite late.
Hard not to give him the big pump up before.
He's
this
had a
game.
good season, yeah.
Sure has.
Looks a good player.
Bit of a makeshift opener as well. He was a middle order player in the England 19, set up on that pathway, but taken the chance, albeit not this morning. Edge on the bounce into that fourth slip region. No concerns there for Green with soft hands. One of a number of young players who received an opportunity in the Bob Willis Trophy who may otherwise have not across the competition. I saw you writing about that yesterday, Mike, as well.
Yeah, 30 youngsters given a debut. Well, mainly youngsters, all but 2 under the age of 23, which is quite something.
Nice shot to finish there from Green. The first time he's really been able to middle one down the ground. He's tried a couple of times and picked out fielders, but completing that 9th over with his first 4 of the morning. Green moves to 8, and Somerset 22 for 1. I'll pass back to Mike Atherton to take on commentary, and replacing me will be Rob Key.
Well, that's as good a shot as we've seen all morning, really. A straight drive through mid-on. Ball being white and clean. There'll maybe a bit of dew, I suppose, this morning here at Lord's. It's a strange old day to be here. Nobody in the ground. Far end of the ground undergoing construction. Almost complete. Looks good, actually. Or it will look good when it's finished. Morning, Rob. Nice to see you.
Morning, Ath.
Hightail it up from Canterbury this morning on the train. Just short of third slip.
Yeah, it wasn't too bad, actually. Just hope the rain stays off. If it does, we're in for a decent game of cricket. I think this is an excellent pitch. Sometimes when we come to Lord's, it looks very dry underneath. Might be green on top, but dry underneath. So it's a nightmare of a decision for captains. I think it's going to nip early, but then it will spin towards the end. This actually just looks like there's going to be a bit in it now, but will get better for a period.
Just talking about those NatWest finals from yesteryear, where you had early starts in September. Did you play in any of those? I can't really remember.
No, ours was the B&H, I think, was the one I played in. And then that sort of went. My first year I played 60 overs, wasn't it?
Yeah.
That was the worst thing about it. You still only got 250 though, and thought that was a good score.
Sam Cup, quite whippy, decent pace. Looking to take it down the hill. That's how he got the left-handed Lennonby, with a bit of late swing into the pads. Bowling has been accurate in the main in the opening half hour. Inside edge again from Abel. There was a huge shout in the last over. This combination, Cook to Abel, but an inside edge saved him on that occasion. There's another inside edge on this occasion. Danger sometimes batting at this pavilion end where Abel is that you can just fall over a little bit because of the slope. Get your head the wrong side of the ball or outside the line of the ball.
Generally bowl pretty full as well. That's been the key. I think both sides will do that. And Somerset come to bowl. The likes of Jack Brooks has been an excellent bowler for a number of years. Often a side up there in the Championship has had Jack Brooks in it. Whether that was Yorkshire, now Somerset, you'll have Josh Davey, Lewis Gregory, Craig Overton will all bowl full. Same Porter, Cook, Beard. We'll all try and get it up there, especially this time of year.
The 10th over, 22 for 1. Jamaica of the reconstruction at the far end. You like it? It's an improvement, isn't it? If you were sitting on the bottom levels of the Compton and Edrich in days gone by, you'd have a pretty desperate view.
I think it sort of gives it some sort of symmetry with the rest of the ground. But it all looks like it's going to be on a similar level. I think it's going to be impressive. You just hope that next year you'll be able to fill it up.
Yep, the latest restrictions mean there's unlikely to be a crowd for the Blast finals, the quarterfinals and finals day, which would have been deliberately held back to October in order to get some crowd in. Firmly played again, through mid-on by Green.
Yeah, I reckon he's looked pretty good. Young Ben Green stands tall. Always like, you look for simplicity in techniques, not all these movements as much as they can be effective. Look at Burns, Sibley. Not someone that just, if they have a trigger, it's a simple trigger.
It's a good one. Moving up the hill from Jamie Porter. Would you say Somerset have got the strongest production line at the moment of young cricketers of all the counties?
I'd say who the best? You'd say, look, Somerset have done well with the players they've produced. I think Surrey do it pretty well. Look at the Currans, people like that coming through.
Somerset have got a couple of advantages. They've got strong, or what used to be called minor counties, are now national counties on the doorstep, like Devon and Dorset. As Porter sneaks one past the outside edge again with a bit of bounce and movement up the hill, and then a clutch of good cricket schools on their doorstep as well. Means that they've had a strong production line of talent for some years now.
The one thing they've done with that, though, is that they've actually given them a game. You often think that these players come through and all of a sudden, bang. But this has been a few years in the making. Tom Abel would have started as a young captain as much as anything else, let alone a young player. The likes of Lewis Gregory have been around for a long time, but they played fairly early. But Essex, the same thing, the likes of Wesley, Ravi Bopara from years before, Alistair Cook, all players that have come through their system. And generally the good sides produce their own bowlers. Essex have done that with Cook and Porter. Look back to Durham when they had Harmison, Plunkett. Such a benefit to a county to produce your own players. Bartlett for Somerset's a good young player.
Yeah, he's had a good season, George Bartlett, but as you say, made his debut, I think first class debut 3 years ago now, 2017, but has had a pretty good year this year. It's a good Yorker. Squeezes it down to fine leg. What about the format? Are you a fan of the conference system, which has been going this year and which is likely to be introduced next year because of the flexibility it allows with potential COVID restrictions still in place, and then the move to a 5-day final? Do you like those innovations?
Yeah, I think they're good. I've enjoyed watching it this year on the various streams. The one thing I'd say, if they do change it, let's say you're going to try and make a permanent change, I think you've got to somehow use the opportunity to play a little less 4-day cricket. You go for quality over quantity. Then that allows you for all the other competitions you want to play. But you make this, if it were me, I'd have 10, 11 games, something like that, if that 11th game meant the final. But you have more quality rather than quantity.
Change. Sam Cook, after a decent opening spell, has given way to Aaron Beard. A bit shorter, skiddier, comes in off a decent size run.
You've quite enjoyed it, haven't you?
I have. I've enjoyed seeing young players being given an opportunity. As I said to Adam Collins, about 30 of them, I think, 28 of them under the age of 23 have been given a go this year by counties, so that's been a great thing. Most of them locally produced players in the absence of Colpacks in the main, overseas players, England players who've been absent in the biosecure bubble has given an opportunity to loads of good young English players, which has been good to see. I'm a fan of the conference system, actually. I think two divisions has worked to some degree and allowed more of a sense of competition, but I think it also produces a lot of short-term thinking now. With counties worried about relegation, they bring in players. The movement of players, I think, is greater because of it, and I think the conference system would allow for a longer term view taken by coaches and directors of cricket. So perhaps just to explain what's likely to come in next year, it's not been decided yet or voted upon, but what's likely to come in is a continuation of this conference system, where you have 3 conferences based on 2019 seedings in the championship, but then after the 10 games you go into 3 divisions in September, not December. With that might be pushing it even by our standards at the moment. You go into 3 divisions for September and then a race to Lords for the 5-day final. Bizarre looking out at an empty Lords. I remember playing a game here, my first ever game at Lords was as a 17-year-old, and it was just like this. There's not a soul in the ground apart from perhaps 20 or 30 parents. NAYC, National Association of Young Cricketers. 1984. There's Ben Green, clips away nicely off his hips. He looks strong to the leg side and picks up a boundary.
Yeah, that was excellent timing again. You're absolutely right. Anything off his pads, he's been pretty good. Doesn't fall over, doesn't look to overhit the ball. Good players just seem to hit the ball harder than the rest. Remember Trevor Bayliss saying that when he was watching some of the young Lions players at Canterbury last year. Any other players in that? Your first game at Lords? Nasser, was he there?
Boy, you put me on the spot now.
Trevor Ward, he was your age, wasn't he?
Mark Ramprakash.
Ramprakash is your age?
1 year younger. You sound gobsmacked by that. He's obviously aging better than I am.
I'm not sure you'd win strictly like him.
Well, as has happened throughout the summer, these occasional breaks for hand sanitizer and ball cleaning every 6 overs or so. So it's 29 for 1 as the sun starts to break through a bit here. It's been an overcast morning, but not cold by any stretch of the imagination. It's quite mild. Might be a decent day for batting if the sun comes out.
Yeah, I think that initial bit where the ball just moves around just should be a period where it does become decent for batting. Duke's ball will always swing, even without being able to put saliva on the ball. Today it feels like it's going to swing throughout. Say that both teams would have been slightly concerned, certainly Somerset after losing the toss, of what this pitch was going to do, but you'd look and just think it's been pretty standard. Nothing untoward, not a huge amount of seam movement, and you can play your shots and get value for money.
telltale sign is the bowlers follow through really on the pitch, which you can see small dark patches developing, but nothing untoward, which suggests that it's reasonably dry on the surface. Always a single there with point set just behind square, and tender scatter at mid-off very straight. You can just dob it into the offside and get an easy single. Picked up quite a few quick singles this morning, the Somerset players.
Trying to think, young Ben Green, what's in his first year? We haven't seen a bouncer yet. Would you have gone as a 22-year-old without getting a bumper?
Times change. Overseas players change. That's the big difference, really. Most counties back in the day had a fast overseas bowler who liked to test out the middle of the surface, but I'm not entirely sure that in the conditions that we've seen in the last 2 or 3 years that would be an enormous benefit, to be honest, when you think of the bowlers who've done well. You know, the ageing rocker at Kent, Darren Stevens, had another fantastic season. He's going to be 45 next year, isn't he, when he has got another contract, and thoroughly deserved, I think, on performance.
He was the last 45-year-old to play.
Well, Raymond Illingworth played at 50, former England captain, and played for Yorkshire, of course, and Leicestershire, and he was playing first-class cricket at 50 for sure. Last 45-year-old, I don't know. Do you know?
Yeah, I see. This is where you haven't got Benedict just feeding the answer into your ear. It's a different game. Wasn't it Eddie Hemmings?
Correct, it was. We had that stat, didn't we, on one of our productions earlier in the summer. 45 though, I mean, that's just half a dozen years younger than I am standing here, and I can't even imagine playing a 4-day first class game.
Yeah, but Steve-O's one of those lads that is 45 or 44 going on 18 still. He'll rock up to dinner with his ripped jeans and cap on backwards. He's very much young at heart, Darren Stevens, and he'll want to play. I mean, he'll think 45, we're all thinking surely that's the end after that. He'll think 50.
I was thinking he must be the only player still playing that I played against in cricket, first class cricket. Can't think there'll be anybody else. Gareth Batty maybe?
We've seen Gareth Batty in the Blast. I'm not sure he's played in first class cricket this year. Surrey have an excellent left arm spinner, a young one, Moriarty. I reckon we'll see him pretty soon. Over the next couple of years we'll see him around the England squads, Test cricket. It's not obvious who the spinners are really at times. They don't get to bowl much.
Case in point, Don Bess, who's in this 13-man squad for this match, not selected. Jack Leach must be desperate for some cricket, having just spent most of the summer in a biosecure bubble watching his England teammates play. He gets the nod. Bess, of course, going up to Yorkshire to try and get some cricket. Can't Somerset just play one spinner? It's going to be Leach, assuming Leach is not in the England side, of course, and Bess feels he needs to move to get greater opportunity, so off he's going up north. Reckon this fixture would have a chance of getting a decent crowd in years to come if this change became permanent? We had a 5-day showpiece final as we're watching now. Once doors open to crowds, do you think crowds would come in for a game like this, a 5-day domestic county game?
Yeah, it depends on what you see as a good crowd. Now, a good championship crowd or a Bob Willis Trophy crowd, if you got, what, 10,000 in, I think that's an excellent crowd. I don't think you're going to sell it out, but what do you get at a normal game? You know, say down at Canterbury, a couple of thousand max. I think it'd have interest, and especially with things like live streaming on YouTube, I think it gets an audience.
So it's a bit of extra protection for Aaron Beard in the offside. The fourth slip has come out, so the 3 men patrolling cover. 3 slips, mid-wicket, mid-on. There's one of those 3 men, saving what would have been a boundary. That would have easily run away to the shorter side down the hill. Well, he's shorter, isn't he, Aaron Beard, and that ball not quite bouncing as Abel thought it might. Trajectory's a bit skiddier.
So one thing, when you bowl, when the slope, if you're trying to bowl the ball to swing away from right-handers and the slope is also helping that, sometimes it just becomes a slightly easier leave. You can just try and hold your balance and play for your off stump. Then you try and just go a little bit straighter as a bowler. That's when you get clipped. Often bowlers on a slope struggle when they're not used to it.
.30 for 1 the score. We've had 14 overs. Generally here at Lord's, the swing bowlers bowl from the nursery end, which is where Aaron Beard is operating now, and then what you'd call line bowlers. Think of the great ones down the years who've had fabulous records here, Glenn McGrath in particular. They'd always bowl at the pavilion end because generally the slope would run the ball back in. You can challenge off stump, and if you do get it just moving up the hill, it becomes very threatening.
Was that Gus? Gus's end was the pavilion end?
I would have thought so, although I can't really recall him bowling here that frequently, but I'm fairly certain this would have been his end. As I say, traditionally the line bowlers bowl here, so Ambrose, Pollock, McGrath, these kind of bowlers. So it's a change of ends for Sam Cook, who bowled a lively spell at the nursery end, picked up the wicket of Lennonby, and now swaps. So for bowlers and for batsmen, the change of ends here at Lord's just requires a little bit of thought. Sam Cook, he'll just have to think about his line, not get too straight, and allow Green, who's looked strong on his legs, to clip him through the leg side.
Yeah, and for that mid-wicket has now come into play. Normally it's been 3 and 1, 3 slips and a gully, or a 4th slips. Now that 4th slip has come into mid-wicket, catching. Just in case he just gets that ball to come down the slope. In fact, they're changing now. Reckon he thought it was going to not swing as much and just angle in, but actually that first ball has just gone away from the right-hander.
Just looking away to my right, there's a good gathering of written journalists here. The press box is out of action because of the building work at the nursery end, but there's a good clutch of written journalists away in the boxes in the tavern stand. So this 5-day final will get good coverage in the national media. Approaching the opening hour, Somerset will be pretty happy just to have lost the 1 wicket. Tom Lennonby, the man who was dismissed early on, LBW to Sam Cook for none, but no further rewards yet for Essex. Sharp movement back down the hill. That's the point we made earlier about the change for Sam Cook now, the natural movement, whereas from the nursery end he'd find it easier to get the ball moving away from the right-hander. Now the ball will just run back down the hill.
Yeah, and that's why I always think, growing up playing at Canterbury, where there's a similar slope as there is here at Lord's, if you can bowl out swingers, and actually the slope is, best way to describe it, is countering that outswing, that becomes a nightmare to play. But you've got to be able to hold the line. You can't just stick it too wide that it becomes too easy to play. You want to think that you can pitch it just outside off stump and it's going to run back into that off stump. If not, it might just hold the line and you get the nick. Somerset be pretty happy at the moment. Slow going as you'd expect this time of year on a surface and a game with so much on it. Michael Atherton has just slipped away and Niall O'Brien has joined me. And I'm going to now slip away and Matt Floyd will come in after that.
Cheers, Robert Key, ex-general, ex-captain of mine. Slow and steady by Somerset. Good to continue. Smashed off the back foot. Absolute beauty. Short of a length, a little bit of width. Punch through the covers, a little bit like Matt Floyd and his pump.
Yeah, very similar actually. Good morning, Niall. Lovely shot that from Tom Abell. We've seen a couple of those that he's played so far in his innings. Really got up on his toes, straight back, beat the man at cover, and the ball raced away down the hill towards the mound stand. Oh, chance for a catch down the leg side. That is taken. What a spectacular grab from Adam Wheater. Diving full strength, one-handed, just off the ground. Tom Abell clearly gloving that delivery from Aaron Beard. And Somerset are 2 down.
Well, fist pumps all round. It's a really good catch, Adam Wheater. Excellent keeper. Moving swiftly down to his low to the left. Abell was looking good as well. He was just finding his feet at the crease. Ball directed down leg side. Aggressive ball, plenty behind it. Wheater took a really good grab and it's a big breakthrough for Essex. 2 down, just 34 on the board. Tom Abell, his innings has ended. Oh, Eddie Byram is the new man. Zimbabwean, born, playing on an Irish passport, talented player. But pressure on, Somerset, they're under the cosh.
Yeah, big wicket that you feel for Essex. Tom Abell just starting to look quite comfortable. He made 19 in the end before being dismissed. And it really was a spectacular catch by Adam Wheater because the ball seemed to loop off the glove and was certainly heading towards the grass pretty rapidly. He had to dive and get his hand underneath it. Pretty lucky we've got a wicketkeeper with us on co-commentary at the moment who can talk us through how difficult it is when you're stretching like that to also get your hands under the ball.
Yeah, it's a nice catch, Adam Wheater. It'll be one that he would expect to take, truth be told. It was a fine catch, but as a keeper you pride yourself on taking those chances time in, time out. It's always nice to get a catch early. I always found as keeping wicket, always nice to get a catch early. Just get one in the gloves early. You always look for 6 dismissals a game. You're always looking for as many as you want, but many as possible, but you'd like to get 5 or 6 a match over a season, maybe past that 50 dismissal chart in a normal county championship season. But while Essex are on top, they're bowling well, they're attacking the top of the off stump, they're bowling a good line on length, and Somerset so far been under the cosh.
First ball for Byram then. Tries to clip it through the leg side, doesn't make contact. Dot ball. Byram coming in at number 4 today. Started the season opening the batting. Hasn't had the best of years so far. 153 runs at an average of 17. Highest score just 30. Was moved down to number 5 in the previous game against Worcestershire, with Ben Green taking his spot at the top of the order. Now got a big job on his hands in this final at number 4. And he's away. That will ease the nerves for sure for Eddie Byram. Just thickish outside edge down towards the gully area. He gets off strike, brings Green back on.
Well, the Somerset batsmen just haven't been able to assert any kind of pressure on the Essex bowlers. Essex have bowled good line and length, good channel at brisk medium pace, nothing more than that. Been very, very diligent in their line and length.
Shorter from Beard, tucked away nicely by Green. Could be 2. They'll settle for the 1. Down to fine leg. Score moves on to 36 for 2.
The big loss for Somerset, James Hildreth. Fantastic cricketer for the last 15 years down at Taunton. Churns the runs out year in, year out. Obviously not playing today. He's got an injury. It's a big loss. Experienced batsman and a fairly inexperienced batting lineup, you would say. The top 4 or 5 just still finding their feet in the domestic game.
Nicely clipped by Byram. Half stopped by the fielder, but that will run away down this famous Lord's Slope. First boundary for the number 4. 40 for 2 at the end of the 16th over.
Yeah, nice start, Eddie Byram. Clipping one through leg side and making him feel a whole lot better. Fantastic to be at the home of cricket for this majestic showpiece final. Bob Willis Trophy Final. Magnificent venue. New stand coming along wonderfully well. It's going to be an even better stadium. Fantastic venue for cricket. Always a wonderful atmosphere. Obviously no fans in, but there are a smattering of journalists and club officials in to enjoy the occasion. So far it's been the local side, Essex, who've been the happier of the 11s, winning the toss, electing the field. They've done it well so far.
So Sam Cook continuing from the pavilion from the nursery end. He's decided to change, try perhaps getting the ball coming in to the right-handed batsman down the slope. He is a very skillful bowler who can move the ball both ways, and certainly he and Jamie Porter have been fairly on the money, and Aaron Beard, for these first few overs. Fuller driven hard by Green, straight to mid-off though.
That's one area Ben Green needs to just have a little look at. Ollie number of balls today crunched straight to fielders, whether it be mid-on, mid-off, or extra cover. Just using the hands a little bit, just getting in that gap, rotating the strike. Just trying to put a little bit of pressure back on the bowler, not let the bowler settle into a line of length.
Yeah, quite an interesting dynamic we've got here with the two Somerset batsmen, both very young players. Ben Green 22, Eddie Byram 23. Green, the man who replaced Byram at the top of the order in the previous game. Byram by trade is an opener. Ben Green perhaps more of an all-rounder who's been moved up the order. Made 8 and a duck as an opener against Worcestershire, but he started well here. 16 not out of 50 balls so far. Edge that time, straight down, half stopped in the slip cordon by Dan Lawrence. Single taken, one more for Green, one more for the total, 41 for 2.
Well, if you look at numbers so far this season, limited appearances obviously, but strike rate of 32. So he's somebody who's going to just try and stay at the crease, try and wear the bowlers down. Tom Abel is a little bit more aggressive. He strikes around 58 to 60. He's gone. You're just looking for that flexibility in the batting lineup, somebody who can maybe take a little bit more risk, assert a little bit more pressure, and not allow these talented, skillful, but very disciplined Essex bowlers just bowl line and length and bowl maidens and bowl dots. The problem when you let bowlers just toil away, create a lot of pressure, you've got the likes of Simon Harmer is going to come in, and he'll give you nothing. And then you, all of a sudden, you look up, you lose a couple of wickets, and you're 70 for 4 off 35, 40 overs, and you're really going nowhere. So it's as much as it's a game of defence and seeing off the new ball, you still got to put that bad ball away and look to assert yourself.
Solid in defence is Byram, and that brings an end to the 17th over, 41 for 2. What have you made, Niall, of the way that Essex have bowled so far?
Well, exactly how I expected Essex to bowl. Line and length, discipline, bowl a lot of maidens, bowl a lot of dots, not give too much away. They haven't got the express bowler, they've got nobody bowling near 90 mile an hour. They hit a good line and length. They ask the batsmen to play good to forward defence shots. Very rarely get a half volley, very rarely get a short ball. That's why I think it's very important for the Somerset batsmen to have a very positive mindset. Even in defence, get yourself in a good position. Even if you leave here defending, look to rotate the strike. And when you get that bad ball, you put it away. They've missed out 3 or 4 half volleys, Somerset. Maybe it's slightly defensive in mindset so far. Essex have been very good though.
Short ball from Beard, and that is taken on by Ben Green. He hasn't got all of that. Bit of a top edge on that pull shot, and they'll look for 3. Bit of hesitation, but they will get back comfortably. So just when we said we hadn't seen too many short balls, we get one from Aaron Beard. A bit more skiddy pace from him than from the 2 opening bowlers, but Green happy to take that one on.
It was a good short ball, plenty of energy behind it. He got the direction of it very good. Ben Green's been out there now 20 minutes now, so he's used to conditions. Took it on and got enough of it. It's good to see. Good young player, talented player, taking on that short ball, trying to assert that bit of pressure back as we've spoken about. Byron will definitely take it on. If he's much more aggressive as a batsman, looks to put bat on ball.
Shorter again. Byram squared up slightly, squirts it away towards the vacant third man area. They'll come back for 2. So quite a breezy start by Byram. 7 off 7 balls so far.
Well, Eddie Byram just been opened up a little bit. His back hip is just coming into the shots a little bit. Already 2 thick outside edges. That one went for 2. The first one went for a single to get himself off the mark. He just needs to be careful. He's not opening his body and bringing that left shoulder in. Eddie Byram, his left shoulder into the ball too early and opening his body because he's going to open up the nick. 3 slips waiting. Tempted to have a gully in for him too.
fuller this time from Aaron Beard, who certainly looks to have added a little bit more pace to the attack since he's come on. He's a shorter bowler than both Jamie Porter and Sam Cook. Skiddier, certainly getting it through a little bit more. Willing to mix up his length as well. Had a pretty good season for Essex as the third seamer in the games that he has played. 9 wickets at 18 coming into this game.
Again, Eddie Barham just being opened up. That left shoulder just coming in way too soon. Balance not quite right. Not getting his front shoulder into the ball. Not getting his head down the wicket. Stuck in the crease a little bit. Beard and Co are going to just toil away. Just look for that outside edge. Cook, Harmer, Wesley, all waiting patiently in the slip cordon.
There's the ex-left-handed batsman next to me getting a bit twitchy about Eddie Byram's technique. Getting squared up consistently.
Well, I'm not necessarily one who had the best technique in the world, but I always remember Gary Kirsten. He spoke about getting your head and your right shoulder as a left-handed batsman down the ground and hitting towards mid-off and straight down the ground. At the moment, Eddie Barham's getting his chest opened up quite considerably. Again there, time and time again, and Essex is going to probe away on that. It's a good over, good aggressive, good line of length, very good from Essex.
As expected, it has been a very challenging start for the Somerset top order, with all 3 Essex seamers that we've seen so far causing problems in their own different way. The big question is, when will we see Simon Harmer, who has been the top wicket taker this year in the Bob Willis Trophy? 34 wickets at 13, 83 wickets in the County Championship last year at 18. He really has transformed Essex's first-class form since his arrival. 2 trophies in 3 years have come since then in the County Championship. Sam Cook continues. Again, very accurate. Ben Green hitting the man at mid-on. Bit of carry there from Sam Cook. Too wide to induce a shot from Ben Green, but having a bit of joy since he's switched ends from the pavilion end. Can now perhaps challenge the front pad a bit more of the right-handed batsman. Edged and dropped. 4th slip, who didn't seem to pick it up at all really, just went down very quickly, stuck out a left hand and barely touched it. But that is a missed chance. Tough one granted. Essex will feel that should have been taken.
Dan Lawrence in the slips, 50 up. It's been a difficult passage this morning, but 50 for 2. Should have been 50 for 3. Good slip cordon. Cook, Harmer, Lawrence and Wesley. With a good keeper, Wheatler behind the sticks. You expect to take most of those.
He is very close there at 4th slip. Clearly didn't pick up the ball too well. If he stayed on his feet, perhaps would have been able to get both hands on it rather than just the left hand. But certainly a big chance. So can Ben Green take advantage now? He's moved on to 24 of 57 balls. Not used to opening, but so far doing a decent job for his side.
Yeah, he's looked good. Fairly compact. He's left the ball well, Ben Green. He's missed out on a couple of half volleys, which could have potentially put to the boundary or put in the gap for a couple of runs, but he's looked pretty solid. He's got to start. He must carry on.
Oh, that was close to the off stump. Good leave in the end by Green.
Two types, Matt. Two types of leave. A good and a bad. That's what the pros say. And that was a good one. He's generally left the ball fairly well, Ben Green. He takes middle stump guard, but if you watch his back foot, he's on about middle and off. So he generally knows with his trigger movements that if it's outside the off stump, it's not going to threaten his stumps. Eddie Byram, well, he's looked a bit twitchy. A little bit. Looks like he's searching a little bit for form, a little bit for rhythm. And the moment we've been waiting for. Simon Harmer. Adam Weeder's got the helmet on. Simon Harmer's going to twirl away.
Well, we were wondering. Essex players in the past have been on record as saying that Harmer is the leader of their attack in all conditions. Even on a green seamer, he tends to come on early. They like to play 4 frontline bowlers with the 3 seamers and the 1 spinner. And the likes of Ryan Tender-Scarter, Paul Walter can bowl a few overs if needed. But on the whole, they only use 4, and Harmer does a lot of bowling.
Yeah, normally spins on any surface, so I'll be interested to see if he gets any grip here early. Got a short leg in, and Alistair Cook, that first slip.
Great start. Thick outside edge from the left-hander Eddie Byram. He will get 1, but that is exactly where Simon Harmer wants to be. And clearly a bit of purchase.
Nice bit of spin. Somerset obviously with Jack Leach. No Dombes. No swan song for him. No farewell. He'll be making his way up the M1. Up to Leeds. Up to join Yorkshire. Good signing for Yorkshire. Good cricketer, Dombes. England international. England's #1 choice spinner. Not getting a look in for Somerset in the Bob Willis Trophy Final.
Egg stays in for the right-hander Green, as does the slip. 1 man out on the leg side as cover. Down the track, very early on is Green. He middled that one straight back to Harmer along the ground. Good hand by the South African bowler.
Well, that's interesting from Ben Green because he's generally been very watchful for the best part of an hour and a half. And now spinner's on, he's straight down the wicket. Harmer will twirl away. He'll bowl a good line of length, get a little bit of purchase. The right-hander, you got to watch the outside edge. You got to watch for that one sliding on through to Wheater and Cook. Generally grabs everything a slip. He's waiting. Alistair Cook standing very fine at first slip. Just keep an eye on that. Obviously, you're standing for that outside edge. Doesn't want to get too wide. Doesn't want to get beaten between Wheater and Cook. But he looks very fine to me. The ex-England opener.
That one hung outside the off stump by Harmer. He liked that one. Good start by him. 51 for 2 after 20 overs. Good early signs for Harmer and for Essex there. They'll want this pitch to spin a little bit. Will probably fancy Harmer over Leach if it comes to a battle between the two frontline spinners. Harmer's been bowling all year. Leach has been in the bubble, just bowled 8 overs in the previous game against Worcestershire, whereas Harmer is the top wicket taker in the Bob Willis Trophy with 34. Sam Cook to continue from the pavilion end. Edged short again, this time of second slip. Genuine nick that from Eddie Byram. We've seen a couple that haven't carried.
Oh, it's that back shoulder again, and that technique from Eddie Byram just being opened up. I spoke about it at length, or I did anyway, as an ex-left-hander myself. Be worried about that outside edge, and Cook found it, just didn't carry. Cook's bowling a really good spell here. Should have had Green out last over, put down by Dan Lawrence, and nearly had Byram. You mentioned, Matt, about the spinning options. You look at Harmer bowl plenty of overs, 205 overs, in rhythm, in form, playing a lot of cricket, confidence high. Leach, well, he's bowled not so many, just the 8 overs. Been in the bubble. I know you're training, but it's not the same thing. Don Best has been playing test cricket, playing a lot of cricket. His confidence will be up, and now he finds himself on the outer. It's a bit of a gamble, it must be said. It must be a bit of a gamble by Somerset.
Again, Sam Cook really challenging the batsman here. He's been very accurate in both of his spells from both ends. And he will know that he'll be backed up at the other end by Harmer, who is inevitably extremely accurate and on the batsman. That is the strength of this Essex bowling attack. They give very little away. Oh, he's bowled him straight through the gate and down the hill. Sam Cook deservedly gets his second wicket, and Ben Green is bowled for 24.
Well, that's an absolute beauty. Absolute cracker. Generally just me holding his line and shaping it away ever so a small bit, but that one just nipped back through the gate, through bat and pad. Ben Green, well, he looks distraught, just trying to figure out how that ball got through bat and pad region, just clipping off stump. It's a fantastic ball, it really is. Top class bowling. He's worked over the batsman Ben Green. His stay has come to an end, and Somerset have lost the third with 52 on the board.
And what a good decision to change ends as well, Niall. I suppose that is exactly what Sam Cook was looking for there, just to threaten the stumps more of the right-handed batsman, threaten the pads. He naturally swings the ball away, but when he comes from the pavilion end, it just gives him that added element of being able to threaten both edges.
Yeah, spot on. Just using the slope, using the angle. Ben Green probably hasn't played much at Lords, if any cricket at Lords, so just exposed. He's generally left the ball very well, Ben Green, but that ball just left a little gap between bat and pad. It's a great bit of bowling, it really is, and he deserved that, Sam Cook, because he should have had Green out caught in the gully last over. He nearly had Eddie Byram caught in the slips, just falling short, but he gets his man bowled through the gate.
So Somerset have work to do here. 52 for 3. One 22-year-old in Ben Green, replaced by another in George Bartlett, who's had a pretty decent season so far. 143 runs at 47, including 100 against Gloucestershire. Another homegrown player. Played for Somerset all the way through the age groups, went to Millfield School. Ex-England under-19 as well. So a big test for this young batting lineup. Oh, he comes out of his crease there a little bit, George Bartlett, and gets a nasty blow on his hand for his trouble there.
Oh, what an interesting start. George Bartlett on the charge. First ball, Somerset under pressure, walking down the wicket. Sam Cook won't mind that. Generally bowlers who bowl around that 80, 82, 83 mile an hour don't mind batsman walking at you. Interesting start. Tall man. Millfield School, another product of Mark Garraway. He'll be watching, no doubt, skiving off from work. Mark Garraway watching the feed.
Yeah, I'm sure many have trodden that path. Millfield onto Somerset, and many more as well. Fantastic school with fantastic facilities. One of their alumni now has a big job to do for his county in the final of the Bob Willis Trophy. 3 early wickets down. 52 on the board. So Simon Harmer to continue from the nursery end, his second over. I'll hand you over to Niall, and Adam Collins will be coming in for me.
Well, Simon Harmer just going to hit a line of length. He won't try and do anything out of the ordinary. He'll ask the batsman, you want to take me on, take a risk? I'm just going to twirl away. A little bit of spin in the first over. Also, as a left-hander, you got to watch for that ball just sliding on. Fairly new ball, it's not very old, less than an hour and a half into day one, so it's not going to turn a great deal. Also, left-hander's got to be a little bit watchful for that ball sliding on. Adam Collins.
Thank you, Niall. Interesting for Harmer to essentially bowl against the slope here, bowling from the nursery end. So, trying to go through the gate. That straight ball, which he bowls with such great effect. Byram well forward, pushing into the onside. Really racing through this over, Harmer. Excellent captaincy from Tom Wesley to swing Cook around to the pavilion end, creating chances immediately and getting himself a second wicket. Nice drive from Byram down towards mid-on, gets himself a single, moving into double figures. So welcome Rob Key, good morning.
Yeah, good morning. Interesting start, hasn't it? 53 for 3. You'd say, well, that's very much Essex's day so far.
They need that third wicket, don't they, just to justify the decision to bowl first on a morning like this. Good psychological boost as they work towards lunch. What they would give for a fourth here as well. Harmer bowling with a slip and a short leg. Off the back foot cutting is Bartlett. End of his second over, so Harmer getting a good opportunity before lunch. 53 for 3 the score. Of course, Bartlett's a member of that under-19s England production line, just 22 years of age, but made that big 100 in a youth test against India a couple of years ago. 179, it's the biggest score away from home in a youth test for England, overtaking your colleague Nasser Hussain.
Good on him. Already my favourite person. I often think I watch him play on the streams, and a lot of the time, certainly last year as well, he was getting tough runs. He was getting runs when they were in a bit of trouble, and he'd come through and he'd get an innings of note. That's what you need.
Here's the danger man Cook again over the wicket. Saville turned him around the corner. It's good batting. Moves to 11. Century in this competition, of course. Bartlett gets Gloucestershire, an even unbeaten century. As for Byram, of course, is playing first-class cricket both here and in Zimbabwe. More known for his blast form, or his T20 cricket across the board, but getting the chance here today as well.
He's like Cook as a bowler. It's quite similar to him and Jamie Porter, and Jamie Porter is someone who's sort of gone ahead as far as England having a look at Jamie Porter, but I always thought Cook, he's slightly taller. In a way, if you can imagine, you almost, when you face him, you feel like he's slightly taller from where he delivers the ball, so he gets a bit more bounce, and his in-swinger is a devastating delivery. He really hoops back in. I think he's a seriously good bowler.
Yeah, 2 wickets this morning, 14 for the competition. Or beating the outside edge of Bartlett here with a delivery that just seemed to move away up the slope. Good bowling.
Yeah, especially to do that, you're absolutely right, up the slope. And it's that, he's someone that doesn't really swing it early from the hand, so when you're looking at it, he draws you into play.
Cook passing 100 first-class wickets this morning as well. A breakthrough with his third ball of this final. Trapping Lennonby for a duck. Has 4 slips in operation here. Oh, and again going past the outside edge of Bartlett's blade. Bringing him forward. That's the channel.
Yeah, and this is the Duke's ball. If it was a Kookaburra ball or something else, you get to this stage, even though it's overcast, and you might think, you know what, it's going to get easier. Sometimes the Duke's ball, when the lacquer goes off it, it becomes that little bit tougher to play against. Now we're starting to see him in good rhythm, Cook. A little bit of nip out of the surface. Actually looks harder now than it did earlier on.
Watching that back, very difficult delivery to play on the line of off stump, doing plenty after pitching. Right on top here in this second spell of his this morning. Mentioned the captaincy of Wesley to swing him round to the pavilion end whilst having Harmer effectively bowling up the slope from the nursery end with his off breaks. Not what you would necessarily expect with an away swing bowler and an off breaker. You'd usually think they'd go the other way to make the most of their natural advantage, but
yeah, but if you can do it, it's a better way to go. So you're looking for the ball to go away, which is his normal shape, but you're thinking the slope's going to bring it in. Not many can do it. They can't always hold their line bowling out swingers from this end, but Cook is.
He finishes with a wider offering, which Bartlett's able to let sail into the gloves of Wheater, who's been in the game this morning as well, taking a catch down the leg side to get rid of Abel. The second of 2 wickets for Essex in this opening session of the Bob Willis Trophy Final. Adam Collins and Rob Key with you on the call. Here perched up at the top of the pavilion. A lovely spot to be covering this game. You wouldn't have called a game from up here before, would you, Rob?
No, we're normally at the other end. We're at the media centre. It looks like a bit of a spaceship normally, but it's the best view in the house, and this ain't too bad here. We're at the opposite end. It's a good job it's not raining.
So Harmer to Byram around the wicket from the nursery end. He started well, Harmer. What a tremendous record he has, topping the pops in this competition. 34 wickets in the group stage. Footwork there from Byram, getting in the trap before defending.
And this is what you do. Do you try and put Harmer under a little bit of pressure on day one of a massive game? Do you just let him hold this end up?
Wide of the crease, again defending into the onside. So just trying to bring him forward best he can, bring that man under the lid into the game at short leg, slip as well. Soft hands, but something happening every ball with Harmer here. You can tell from the men around the bat. They feel like they're not far away as the lights just come on around the ground here at Lord's. Just the top couple of bulbs. Leaving Simon Harmer from around the wicket wide of the crease. Not far away from problems there for Byram.
That's where you want to be positive. That doesn't mean reckless, doesn't mean running down playing shot a ball. Be positive in your defence.
Completing a high quality maiden there from Simon Harmer, mentioning his record since moving over to play for Essex. Taken 251 wickets at 19.3. Of course, played 5 test matches back in 2015 for South Africa before coming over and making the move to be a Colpack registered player. 34 of those victims have been in the Bob Willis Trophy at an average of 13.7. Of course, integral to Essex winning the county championship both in 2017 and 2019, looking to add a third title this week. Cook down the leg side to start his fresh over.
It was such a disappointing game last year because that last game, Somerset and Essex, you were just talking about, was absolutely destroyed by the weather. But also as well, the pitch wasn't a great pitch. It was an absolute Bunsen. They were just going to spin square from day one. Whereas this is an even contest, I reckon.
Of course, Somerset were docked points for that pitch, which they'll experience next year. Of course, it wouldn't have been reasonable for them to have had points taken away in a 5-game competition, but next year that'll be the case. It does mean that we've had games to effectively decide the county championship. I know this year it's in a slightly different configuration, but of course here in 2016 when Middlesex defeated Yorkshire, it was all on the line that day. Last year down at Taunton, again here, if that new reconfigured county championship does go ahead, which you were talking to Michael Atherton about earlier, it could be an annual fixture coming to Lords and deciding who the best team in the nation is. I suppose we've been lucky in the last few years to have games just play out that way, or have the championship break down and still alive in late September. Steered off the back foot by Bartlett to get off the mark with a boundary. Perhaps not completely in control of the stroke, but all the way along the ground. 58 for 3.
Yeah, you're right. You'd say that's a victory to the bowler. You start looking, it's that type of shot, just wide of off stump. And he's just tried to hit a back foot punch, but really you start thinking, little bit of bounce, little bit of movement, then you bring the slips into play.
So just feeling his way through this early stage, Bartlett, taking 11 balls there to get off the mark. Still four slips in position. Again off the back foot, similar kind of stroke, doesn't get as much on it, so only one on offer. Moving to 5, 59 for 3.
I remember that Yorkshire Middlesex game here. That was when, must it have been? Andrew Gale, maybe, the captain of Yorkshire. And James Franklin, I think, from memory, the captain of Middlesex. They had to come up with some sort of scenario, didn't they?
The lob bowling.
Yeah, the lob ups came in.
That was a real throwback, wasn't it? The final morning, there was the lob bowling. I was watching it closely from the other side of the world. After Somerset did the job, of course, and won in 3 days after twin tons from Chris Rogers to finish his career, they had to wait and watch. And unfortunately, it didn't go their way. A lot would have needed to have gone right, indeed, for Somerset to have won. I think they needed a draw, if memory serves me correct, but Middlesex and Yorkshire, neither side were incentivised to let it turn into a shared rubber, so they did set up the result, and Middlesex held their nerve, won the trophy.
Yeah, because it was just such a flat pitch, and a man actually who's forgotten often, Toby Rowland-Jones, bowled brilliantly, got a hat-trick, I think. But he was such a good bowler. When he got into international cricket, you thought he'd be there for a long time.
Again, steered down towards third man. Second boundary in the over. One for Bartlett, one for Byram in that general direction. So 63 for 3. 25 overs gone as we work towards lunch on this first morning of the Bob Willis Trophy Final. Sam Cook's taken 2 for 27 from his 11. Yeah, Toby Rowland-Jones, it was around this time of year in 2017, so a year after those heroics, where he broke down the final game of that season, certainly the final home game for Middlesex. And I tell you what, he was a lock to be on that plane for the Ashes, wasn't he? The way that he hits the deck hard, and we saw what he could do at test level, but unfortunately it was the start of a string of injuries there. Harmer pushing Bartlett onto the back foot, playing close from the off stump.
That's why he's so good, Harmer. There's that change of pace. I reckon he got done by the length there. He saw it short, but he pushed it through a bit quicker. He's got to be careful.
Has a slip and a short leg. Lunging forward there is Bartlett, defending with soft hands. certainly felt as though Roland Jones was going to be a big part of that Ashes plan for 17-18.
Yeah, absolutely, especially bowling in Australia on those pitches.
Of course, wasn't able to turn out in the Bob Willis Trophy this year. Another string of injuries which kept him off the park. So Bartlett happy to go deep in the crease and play Harmer off the back foot, which does bring in a degree of risk, but handling it well so far, pushing that out to mid-off.
He's doing an excellent job, Harmer. This is a real test for young batsmen. You don't get to face spin that often.
Quarter of an hour until the lunch break here at Lord's. It's Harmer bowls. And again, Bartlett's able to come forward, so Harmer just mixing up his lengths here, racing through that maiden. He'll get, I expect, 2 more overs before that interval. Cook, who struck at both ends, he'll continue from beneath us here at the pavilion end.
Yeah, it's just a time to get through to lunch. Lights are on, it's overcast. Not easy time to be batting. Everything is telling you as a batsman, with the break coming up, just get to that break. Nothing reckless.
Now the change bowler. It'll be Beard back into the attack. Aaron Beard bowled 1 spell earlier this morning. 1 for 19, his analysis, having been the man to dismiss the Captain Abel down the leg side, taken wonderfully by Adam Wheater, diving to his left, pouching a tough chance, getting Beard into the book. Had such an explosive start to his professional career, Beard, against the touring Sri Lankans 4 or 5 years ago. I was down there watching them play and picked up wickets in his first 2 overs as an Essex player. Lively pace, shock of blonde hair, has 2 slips in a gully. Starts with a nice full Yorker at Byron, who digs it out, does the work in his follow through to collect. Beard's been part of this seam attack this year. He's taken 9 wickets at 19, there'll be 10 wickets after the one this morning. Took 4 for 21 against Middlesex in a game they needed to win. There was no guarantee that Essex would proceed to the final as we went into that final round, despite the fact that they were undefeated. They needed to win, and they did so in 3 days.
Yeah, and that just stuffed up Kent's chances.
Sorry about that. Nicely there. Byram flipping through just forward a square, racing out to the rope in front of the grandstand. He moves to 19, 67 for 3.
Oh, he's hit that well, hasn't he? It wasn't the greatest delivery, and this is where Beard needs to just back up what Cook has done, what Harmer's doing at the other end. Just sort of surface, just be in and around a good length. Now that's generally always the way. You never not want to be on a good length. But this is a good time to bowl. Make the most of it. Pressure's on the bowler though, with expectancy.
So fraction fuller there, Beard, bringing Byram forward, pushing the cover. It's quite dark here at Lord's. All the light towers on. Healthy cloud cover.
Yeah,
but hoping that we get through this first day without any rain, Rob. We know there'll be. It's very likely there'll be some interruptions tomorrow based on the forecast we're seeing.
Yeah, but you think about all the moaning from the pundits during the Test series, all the complaining about bad light. I don't think they'll be going off soon.
No, it was a big talking point, wasn't it? Byram again on the front foot, pushing the cover.
NASA going on and on about bad light.
I do wonder whether it'll prompt a conversation about how we find a clever solution. I've been advancing an idea over the last couple of years which isn't universally popular, and it's not perfect either, I should add, but whether we should consider bringing a pink ball into the equation late in the day when artificial light does take over. It's not perfect, of course. It will be a major change to conditions late in the day, but if it's the choice of that or going off, I wonder whether we can get a fraction resourceful. Nearly picks the gap there. Parried by Sam Cook, but saved 4 really. In the end, they come back for a couple. Byron moving into the 20s. He's 21, 69 for 3.
He's just slightly skiddier, isn't he? So that length, he just has less margin. If he tries to get it up there, almost someone like Byram as well, who's quite tall, can just tread on that length and hit through the line. I just think with bad light, someone's got to actually have a proper look into just when is it bad light.
So Beard to complete is over. Byram happy just to push out to the offside. 69 for 3, 27 overs bowled this morning. We'll probably get 3 in before lunch with 10 minutes to go before that scheduled interval. The umpires, I thought, might be just about to have a chat between overs, but not to be. That's a good thing as far as bad light is concerned. But yeah, it feels, I mean, from an outsider having not played professional cricket, I think you need to accept the view of the players that fielding at square leg or point late in the day can be extremely difficult to pick the ball up. Don Bess spoke to this during one of the test matches that was affected by bad light down in Southampton, saying it's not just about the batsman, it's also about the fielder's interests. And I wonder whether sometimes we get a bit lost in this and forget that certainly as pundits, a lot of us haven't played at that top level.
I don't think that matters. I just think someone really, all the tests we do for everything these days needs to work out, is it dangerous? Would you say this is dangerous now? No, not for any fielder, not with a spinner bowling, not with Beard bowling.
Or off the outside edge of Bartlett's bat, we'll get a single to third man. Brown doing the work there, 70 for 3. Yeah, I wonder whether if it were 20 past 5 right now, whether a conversation would be had.
And I tell you, as a batsman, if I know I've got a chance of bad light before the close, I'll take it.
Sure.
I'll make out it's worse than it is.
Yeah, taken out of the batsman's hands these days as well, isn't it? Another single down towards Brown, this time it's short fine. Does well to stop it. They had 1. So Byron moves to 22.
I used to come in as a batsman and it might be 2 or 3 overs left, and even though it's not your decision, I'd say, geez, I can't see the ball very well here. It's a bit dark. But that was a bit of a con, really, because I want to just go off so I can bat the next day.
Of course. There was an art to it, wasn't there? Engaging the umpires and so forth. Making sure that they knew that, if it were offered. But by contrast, I mean, we always talk about the way that England famously won in Pakistan in 2000, playing when it was basically dark with Graham Thorpe. Pushing just wide of short leg, albeit on the bounce. There is Bartlett. Again, soft hands.
Just got to watch for that one that just goes down the slope.
Using his feet down the track. Doesn't get much of it. He's looking to play him through the onside with gusto, but instead collected by the man at mid-wicket, no run. Interesting that at this stage of the session that Bartlett would want to transfer the pressure back onto Harmer. Little shimmy before the ball was bowled. That's better. Lovely drive through cover. We'll get at least a couple. Porter does the tidying up. They'll be satisfied with that. So Bartlett's 8. Somerset 73 for 3 after 28 overs. Having a COVID break here with 7 minutes to go in the session, so we must have reached the next threshold. It's 20 minutes or 6 overs, irrespective of whether we're near an interval or not. We see the sanitiser brought to the middle by the subfielders. Today decked out in their red vests. They were wearing blue vests during the group stages, the coronavirus marshals, if you want to call them that. Having called a couple of the Bob Willis Trophy games, despite the fact that we would have had, I don't know what it worked out to be, maybe a dozen COVID pit stops through the course of the day, we still managed to finish on time every day. as distinct from Test cricket, where getting the 90 overs in, even with the extra half an hour, seems to be a rarity these days. You can draw your own conclusions there.
Yeah, I tell you as well, in county cricket, you used to be petrified of losing points. So you just rush around. I mean, at times you would bowl. That's how Darren Stevens started bowling, really. Back then, before he came from Leicester, and if we were behind on over rate, we'd go to Stevens and Treadwell and say, come on, get us through between 70 and 80. Get us through as many overs as you can before that second new ball and get that over rate back on our side.
You created a monster. Still going. New contract for Darren Stevens in the offing. So it's been reported. Short ball there from Beard. Haven't seen many of those this morning. Round the wicket, bit of extra pace. Ducking well there, Byron.
Yeah, I look at the field now. So I don't think this is a bad plan. Just before lunch, do you take it on? Up the hill with deep square leg, you've got a mid-wicket in play and a fine leg. So now you've got to start thinking as a batsman, right, short one might be coming. Is it the short pitch theory? So it's something else to think about, rather than when he was first over, pitching it up and giving us some drives.
So deep fine leg, deep square. Couple of slips in a gully. Beard operating around the wicket. Lovely shot, Byron. Just about the shot of the morning. Crashing into the rope in front of our commentary position. He moves to 26, 77 for 3, Somerset.
Yeah, spot on. Shot of the day so far. Beautiful, really. With the short one, a good bounce of the ball before, and then to climb onto the front foot. What's coming now? I think you go bouncer. Let him have another one.
There's that extra pace speed. He's been the quickest of the 3 bowlers we've seen on show this morning. Albeit the most expensive as well. It's full again. Clips nicely through mid-wicket. Up the hill. Will it trickle into the rope? It will. Back-to-back boundaries for Barham, who moves quickly into the 30s. 81 for 3. Nice counter-attacking play as we work towards lunch.
Yeah, not got his length right at all. It's all right if you're on a real green seamer, get it really full and then it might swing or it might seam out of the surface. This is not that type of pitch. Got to drag that length back just a fraction.
Man also in there at mid-wicket. Or on the leg side. That's down the leg side. Comfortably so. So it's about 2.5 minutes before the scheduled lunch break. So 2 deliveries to get through here for Beard, and then it'll be Harmer bowling the 30th and final set before lunch. Byram driving again, out to the boundary, 3 in the over. On that front foot, a pristine square drive. He's 34, 85 for 3 now, Somerset.
Yeah, and how quickly just one bad over has just changed this session, really. 3 or 4 overs ago we were saying it very much belongs to Essex. 85 for 3 is about on as even. You win the toss, shove the opposition in. I'd say Somerset would be pretty happy.
Yeah, the 3rd wicket fell when the score was 52. That's when Green was bowled by Cook. Another single on offer here. The short ball just helped into the onside. Didn't go very far, so they were able to scamper through for an easy single. An expensive over. 86 for 3. Byram keeps the strike for what will be the final over of the session. If you had you said to Somerset at the toss after being inserted, you'll lose 3 wickets. Well, of course, they're hoping not to lose 3 wickets, but if they're going to, at least they'll tick the board over. 86 from 29 overs, that's a decent rate. Tough conditions.
Yeah, you'd have to say, wouldn't you, that although the lights are on, there's not a lot of spin, you'd say after lunch would be a good time to bat.
Yeah. We're really seeing the shadows on the players here as that artificial light takes over for the time being. Harmer to start the final over before lunch, defended by Byram.
That was one of the things they used to say with bad lights. Say the lights have taken over, so we've got to get off. Isn't that a good thing?
Well, you can see the shadow, can't you? The four-way shadow, which the light towers create in front of us here with Nick Brown.
It's actually, you'd think though, it's slightly better now with all the lights on and the lights having more effect, and you're in that sort of twilight, you know, like the time when you just get it in between.
Barham again through mid-wicket. Perhaps a misfield. Out towards the rope in front of the mound stand. Very good batting this from the left-hander. He's 39 from just 42 deliveries, 90 for 3.
Yeah, excellent. Just a fraction short, and he manages to jump on it. Harmer don't give you much when it comes to bad deliveries. That was, if anything, just slightly back of a length.
Really pushing back in this final 15 minutes. The clock has struck 12:30. Will be the final over. Harmer 3 balls to go in it. Byram now happy to shoulder arms. Still a slip and a short leg. Not making him play. So final ball before lunch.
Seeing Sir Alistair Cook at slip and thinking this might be one of the rare opportunities we get to see him bat.
Byram leaning on the front foot, defending behind point to complete the first session of this Bob Willis Trophy Final here at Lord's. Somerset going to the interval at 90 for 3. Byram 39 from just 45 balls, and Bartlett 8 not out from 23 up the other end. Somerset were inserted at the toss by Tom Westler, and the first wicket didn't take long at all. Lennonby was caught, or trapped leg before wicket by Cook. Cook of the Sam variety, not the Alistair variety, of course, from the 9th delivery of the match. He was going for a duck. The second wicket fell when the score was 34. That was the captain, Tom Abel, who was caught down the leg side from the bowling. Beard nicely taken by Adam Weeder, diving to his left behind the stumps. And the third wicket was also from the bowling of Sam Cook when Somerset were 52 for 3. Ben Green was castled by the opening bowler. So Cook was 2 for 27 from 11 overs. The pick of the Essex bowlers this morning. Beard 1 for 38, the other wicket taker. But Rob, when you look at the board, you mentioned in the over before lunch there, just the way that Byram was able to push back and transfer the pressure back onto the Essex bowlers just in the lead up to the interval. Not quite perhaps on as even, but plenty to work with in this middle session.
Yeah, absolutely. I think you made the point that when you lose the toss, you get inserted. This time of year, 10:30 starts. As much as you don't want to lose 3 wickets, you're pretty happy with that. You've got a batsman set, and you've got one of their better players as well in George Bartlett. So it looks like there's an opportunity for runs. You always wonder when you come as an opening batsman in particular, you think, what is it going to be like this time of year? Actually, looks a pretty good surface that's fair to all.
So Bartlett and Byram have put on 38 in a little over 9 overs since they came together, and moving Somerset on to 90 for 3 at the lunch break. And that's where we'll leave it here at the Pavilion in Lord's for the time being. Adam Collins and Rob Key signing off. We'll be back for the second session about 5 minutes before the resumption of play.
an hour and 25 minutes lost to rain. But the good news is we can make up an extra half an hour at the end of the day's play. So in fact, we've only lost 13 overs in all. We're going to have an hour and 35 minutes of this afternoon session. Tea will be taken at 4:10, and then we'll then have an hour and a half at the end of the day to complete the day one play, and we can go up to 6 o'clock. Matt Floyd here alongside Michael Atherton to kick you off for this afternoon session. Somerset 90 for 3, having been 52 for 3 at one point. A nice counter-attacking partnership just at the end of the first session between Eddie Byram and George Bartlett has taken them up to that score. 30 overs bowled in the first session of the day. And we have Jamie Porter opening up from the pavilion end for Essex. George Bartlett, the man on strike. And that one left safely through to Adam Wheater behind the stumps. Where does this game stand at the moment, Michael? We had quite an interesting first session.
Yeah, you'd think it was a pretty good toss for Essex to win this morning, putting Somerset into bat, but actually the ball didn't move around extravagantly. Essex lost a couple of wickets in that opening hour, and then, as you said, a good little counter-attacking effort from Eddie Byram just before lunch. Essex's bowlers, the seamers especially, bowled pretty accurately. The fact that we've had some time off now for rain means they'll be refreshed. There's more rain forecast later on, so you'd expect to see a steady diet of seam and a bit of Harmer as well, who bowled against the slope from the nursery end. And they'll just keep plugging away. There'll be a bit on offer all day with this cloud cover, and if the lights come on, you'd expect that movement to increase.
Definitely brighter now than it was just before the lunch break. We had the lights on then. The clouds were just coming in as that batch of rain was arriving, but definitely clearer now. Jamie Porter has just picked up where he left off in that first session. Hasn't picked up a wicket yet, but he's been accurate on a probing length. He's hit the seam here and there. Just like that, fenced off by George Bartlett, not in control really, and the ball heads down towards the third man boundary. The batsman will come back for 3.
A highlight of the first session, I thought, was a catch from Adam Wheater down the leg side to get rid of Tom Abel. It was a really wonderful catch. He had to take 2 or 3 steps and then a dive. Bowling was accurate in the main. One catch was put down by Dan Lawrence at third slip, dropped Ben Green on 20. The fielding, other than that, sharp.
Very full this time from Jamie Porter. Eddie Byram on 39 of just 46 balls. Started off perhaps slightly nervously, but really grew into his innings. Went after Aaron Beard at the end of the first session to get Somerset up to 90. But 3 or 4 very nice boundaries of full deliveries either side of the wicket. Beaten there though. Lovely bit of bowling from Jamie Porter. The ball going down the slope here at Lord's. 93 for 3 off 31 overs. We wait to see whether they start with Simon Harmer at the other end.
Eddie Byram's mannerisms remind you of Marcus Trescothick at all? Just watching him at the crease, that the way he carries himself just reminds me of Marcus a little bit, who's here with the Somerset staff. Said hello to him this morning. it would be unsurprising if a few of the young players who've been around at Taunton for many years have not modelled some of their mannerisms on the great man.
There are worse people to learn from, that's for sure. It's going to be Sam Cook from the nursery end. Great start, big LBW appeal. I think a bit of bat on that one though. Yeah, you clearly heard there a bit of inside edge from the bat of George Bartlett, but Sam Cook immediately challenging the batsman as he did in that first session. Was very good. 11 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 27 this morning.
Yeah, Sam Cook was the best of the seamers. He bowled 2 spells, one from the nursery end, which is where he's bowling from now, and then he swapped to come from the pavilion end, and he looked threatening in each spell. Probably the quickest of the bowlers this morning, quite lively pace, looking to take the ball away from the right-hander generally.
Yeah, in some ways, Sam Cook, a bit of the unsung hero of this attack. He's generally thought of as the third member behind Harmer and Jamie Porter, who tend to pick up most of the wickets. But he's had a good few seasons, 12 wickets at 15 coming into this game. Played his part in both the 2017 and 19 championship winning sides. Beats the bat there again. That's what he does. He can swing the ball away from the right-hander, regularly hits the seam as well.
Some of the bowling averages this year in the Bob Willis Trophy have been incredible, actually. The number of bowlers that you see that are averaging 15, 16, high teens is incredible. Clearly the conditions have been bowler friendly. Maybe it's been easier for bowlers than batsmen coming out of lockdown.
Half a shout again. Maybe just bounced a bit too much, that delivery. Yeah, you talk about bowling statistics, Mike, and when we see Somerset bowling, we've got Josh Davey, 24 wickets at 10, opening with Craig Overton, 28 wickets at 10. In fact, all of their bowlers have an average of under 20 this year, apart from Jack Leach, who's only bowled 8 overs. Oh, inside edge from George Bartlett. It's been a tough start to the over for him in the face of some very accurate bowling from Sam Cook.
And in a way that's a bit of a turnaround, because Somerset's strength in the last few years has been felt to be spin-based attack at home on pitches that generally have helped the spinners, but it's the seamers who've been to the fore this year as they've lost Bess and Leach inside the England bubble. Must have been very frustrating for Jack Leach, who spent a long time in the bubble without any competitive action at all.
Round the wicket to Byram. No run off the final delivery of the over. 94 for 3 off 32. So you could say Siderabad has become Seamerabad.
Well, it shows they're a good all-round side. You know, those are strong numbers from Overton and Josh Davey. Got the spinners as well, but they'll lose best to Yorkshire. And the batting led by Lennonby, who didn't register today but has had a good season. George Bartlett have put some strong numbers on the board as well, so they're a strong all-round side, no question.
Certainly 2 very strong seam attacks on show today. Porter and Cook continuing to operate for Essex from their favoured ends. And what strikes me when you watch these 2 bowlers operating in tandem is they're both quite similar bowlers, really, in the way that they try and hit the seam, swing the ball away slightly, but they give you very little to hit, very little short in particular.
You'd hope that's how it would be, that professional bowlers of this pace, not dramatically quick, but quick enough, but you'd hope that they wouldn't offer you too many loose deliveries. Porter was there or thereabouts on England's radar. I know he didn't make the 55-man squad this year, perhaps overtaken by somebody like Ollie Robinson, but certainly the outstanding seam bowler in English county cricket for the last 4 years or so. You'd hope he'd be accurate.
The accuracy continues. Yeah, those stats you mentioned there, Mike. Last 4 years, 202 wickets at 21 in the county championship. Division 1, second only to Harmer. Career record, 350 wickets at 23. And yet he wasn't good enough to make England's 55-man training squad in the bubble.
Yeah, I suspect that was in part the style of bowler that he is, because they would want a variety of options within that 55-man squad. So if you've got Robinson and you've got Wokes and you've got Anderson, you know, they'd want a combination of quicker bowlers as well, and maybe left arm. And so I don't necessarily think it was a reflection on Porter's quality so much as just they felt they had enough of his style bowlers already in that enlarged squad, and therefore wanted to kind of have a look at bowlers of different styles and variety.
You can see why he'd feel a bit hard done by, though, couldn't you,
Absolutely.
with those stats?
No, and you'd hope the player is a bit miffed, the same way that Broad was miffed to be left out of England's first Test squad and sounded off. You know, I'm not saying that, you know, somebody like Jamie Porter should sound off at the selectors, but you'd hope you'd be, you know, upset, and you'd have the attitude, well, I'll show that you've made a mistake, and keep trying to prove the selectors wrong. That's all you can do as a cricketer, put numbers on the board.
It's another maiden over for Jamie Porter. 9 overs, none for 18 for him at the moment. The score moves on to 94 for 3 off 33.
How's your club season been at Hampstead, Matt? You've played a bit yourself. It's been a truncated season. Have you had about half the games in the Middlesex League?
Yeah, that's right. Different leagues have done it differently. I think Middlesex League tried to wait and see what was happening. I think maybe Hampshire and Sussex and Essex may well have called off their leagues, or at least played friendlies, but we ended up having half a league season, so 9 games out of 18.
Did you set pulses racing?
Well, I made a bit of a comeback, got back in the first team, managed to get a couple of games in at the top of the order.
Stephen
for the first
Finn
team.
Played, didn't he, early on?
Yeah, he did. He played 2 games for us. I think he took a wicket in either game. He found it an
Only
adjustment,
one?
I think. Only one, yeah. We bowled outsides for, I think, about 80 and 100 in the 2 games that he played. He didn't get too much of a look in.
At club level, did you find that, clearly club players are not like professional county players playing 5 days a week and used to that, but did you find after a period of lockdown that players were getting injured more, or a little bit more unfit, or stiffer in the hamstrings?
Yes, actually, yeah. We had about 3 injuries. I think some of them admittedly were just contact injuries, broken fingers, but there were a few more than normal this year. But everyone was so keen just to get out there. The availability was really good at my club this year. Another dot. We keep building up here for the Somerset batsmen. But yeah, I think with amateur cricket in general in this country, whether it was friendlies or league games in our league, but everyone still turned out. Everyone was so desperate to play. Even with all the new restrictions, it was just such a joy just to get out there. I'm sure it's the same for all the county players, really. Just 5 first-class games. We would have enjoyed every second.
It's going to be a challenging time now. There are quite a lot of players at the end of their contracts at the end of this year. I think about 70 or 80 now. It started off 130 at the start of lockdown, and clearly a number of those have re-signed for their clubs. And then the winters, normally, county players at this stage now would have winter plans lined up to go to Australia or New Zealand or South Africa, wherever it is. I can't imagine many have got concrete plans for the winter sorted. So it's a time of great uncertainty for them.
Yeah, the indoor nets will be getting a hammering again, if they can be used, of course. You never know with the new restrictions coming in at the moment. Another good delivery from Sam Cook. Really good start by the 2 Essex opening bowlers after lunch. 94 for 3 off 34. Now, I suppose at the moment, Athers, with the current restrictions, you can have an indoor net as long as it's 6 or less, which is still certainly doable. If that number came down, that would be a bit of an issue. I suppose you could still have 2 people in a net, one person feeding a bowling machine or bowling at the other.
See those groundsmen there just not moved from the covers. They're hovering around that hover cover as if slightly worried that some more juice is coming.
Good leave from George Bartlett. We've seen a few of those so far today, particularly when Jamie Porter's bowling.
It's the challenge, really, batting down at the nursery end to a bowler like Porter here. You'd be in the back of your mind wary about leaving a ball on the line of about 4th stump, because you know it might run down the hill and challenge off stump, and then that draws you into playing at balls you wouldn't necessarily do otherwise.
So did you have an end that you preferred to bat at?
I think sometimes the more you play here at Lord's, the more the slope can kind of get in your head. I think Michael Slater saying to me the first time he came to Lord's, he scored a brilliant 100, really fluent, quick 100, and he just said, what's all the fuss about? It doesn't feel any different batting here, doesn't feel any different to anywhere else. But I think the more you play here, the more that the theories of what can happen on the slope get into your head.
Oh, edged again. Another one that ends up bouncing short of the slips. This one well short, probably an under edge really from George Bartlett.
I think it does affect certain aspects. So we talked about it before lunch, where bowlers will bowl from. Your swing bowler from the nursery and your line bowler from the pavilion end. When you're standing in the slips, you tend to stand wider when you're standing at the pavilion end, and narrower at the nursery end. So there are just little things that you will adjust when you come to this ground. It was interesting to see Harmer bowl at the nursery end against the slope, which is fine. Off spinners have done that. It's not always the way. But then that will bring first slip into play, and you're threatening the outside edge as much as looking to get one through the gate. I always think the slope just offers the bowlers something, even on the flattest of days when it's sun's beating down, cloudless skies. I just think the bowlers bowl here with a bit more hope than perhaps at some other grounds.
The good start continues for Essex after lunch. On course for 3 maidens in a row. Right on the money. Attacking the stumps and that channel outside off stump. Jamie Porter still wicketless. He's not given much away, that's for sure. Inside edge. And another maiden, so 94 for 3 after 35. Essex have clicked into gear straight away.
They have just 4 in the first 5 overs after the restart. 4 runs in 5 overs, both Cook and Porter making life hard work for Byram and Bartlett, giving them nothing to hit, trying to challenge the off stump as much as they can.
Almost snuck through. Another thick inside edge off the bat of Byram, who Atherton is convinced is a junior Marcus Trescothick in his setup.
If you looked at him from behind and didn't know, you'd say it's Marcus Trescothick. Collar up, sleeves down, just the way he carries himself.
Is he a bit more crouched than Tres?
I'm not saying he's as good as Tres, by the way, although he is a promising young.
Oh, past the outside edge on that occasion. Well, judge for yourself at home. He's fairly upright, Eddie Byram. Marcus Trescothick did have quite a unique style.
Tres was always very upright against the seam bowlers and then moved into a much lower squatter position against spinners. This time last year, wasn't it? His last game. Final match against Essex. I can't remember, or had he already retired just before then?
I think he came on as a sub fielder.
That's right, came on as a sub, didn't he? I remember interviewing him on the balcony at the county ground at Somerset. I went down for that game. A long chat with him on the balcony, reflecting on a very long and illustrious career. Into the coaching ranks now, which is exactly where Ian Bell wants to go, having just retired.
Yeah, he's here today, Marcus. Certainly a lot of experience for these young Somerset batsmen to lean on in the dressing room. Really is a young batting lineup. Tom Lennonby and Ben Green, the openers, 20 and 22. Tom Abel, the captain, is an old head, really, at 26 years old. Bartlett, 22. Byram, 23. So that is a very young top 5. Stephen Davis due in to come next. He's 34.
Hildreth, of course, is the vastly experienced player in the middle order, missing through injury. Having done a hamstring. Tom Banton away at the IPL, much to the disgust of John Cleese.
He's been getting very involved lately, John Cleese, hasn't he?
Well, he was at this corresponding game at the county ground last year. He was there for all 4 days, watching on. Loves Somerset.
Oh, beats the outside edge. What a start it's been in this session. 4 maidens in a row. 94 for 3 off 36 now. Didn't John Cleese call up Worcestershire during the Worcestershire-Somerset game to complain that there was something
feed
wrong
wasn't
with the live
working?
stream? Yeah.
Well, let's hope he's happy when he's listening in at the moment in California or wherever he is. He will be watching and listening, I'm sure.
Imagine that, though, if you're just manning the phones at New Road and suddenly one of the Monty Pythons calls you up.
You'd think it was a hoax, wouldn't you? Unless you knew, of course, how keen John Cleese was on, or is on, Somerset cricket. Told me that his favourite Somerset player was a guy called Bertie Buse, who was a long-standing player for Somerset many years ago, but that's who he grew up watching.
Hits the fielder at mid-off. Just can't quite find the gaps at the moment, these 2 young batsmen. I'm sure we'll have a lot of Somerset fans watching us right now on the live stream. One of the best supported counties in the country. Essex certainly don't do too badly either on that front, as you can tell by their big crowds in the T20s at Chelmsford. Man goes out now on the pull on the lakeside boundary for George Bartlett. Edge and taken straight into the safe hands at first slip of Sir Alistair Cook. So the pressure built up has resulted in a wicket. George Bartlett gone for 12. It's 94 for 4.
Yep, good bowling, not just from Jamie Porter, who has picked up the wicket of George Bartlett, but from Sam Cook as well at the other end. Both these seamers operating in tandem after lunch, building pressure on these two young batsmen. Strung together 4 consecutive maidens. It's been very hard going after lunch, and finally the dam has burst after that build-up of pressure. Bartlett driving rather stiffly at a full ball from Jamie Porter. It was a good catch. It only just carried into the hands of Alistair Cook at first slip, but excellent reward for Porter and for Sam Cook since lunch. So 94 for 4 now, Somerset, and Bartlett gone for 12. Steve Davies, who's been in good form this year, comes to the crease.
"34 years old, Steve Davies. He is by far and away the most experienced batsman in the top 6. 274 runs, an average of 45 this year in the Bob Willis Trophy, including 100. And he's got an excellent first-class record in general. 13,371 runs at 38 with 25 hundreds. He's been around a long time. Been at Somerset since 2017. And with no James Hildreth in the 11, he's got a big role as the experienced man in the top 6. 8 ODIs and 5 T20 internationals for England, of course, as well, between 2009 and 2011. Facing up to his first ball now. Really good bowling from Jamie Porter and Sam Cook so far. They've come out and hit their straps immediately. Porter picking up the wicket that he deserves. Just keeps probing away. You can see why he's been so successful over the last 4 years. He's very patient. On the money straight away to Steve Davies as well. Bit of movement over by the covers with the ground staff getting ready. There is the possibility of some rain to come in over the next couple of hours. A few clouds knocking around at the moment. We just hope that they somehow skirt by us, as this innings is getting quite interesting now, reaching a crucial point. Tries to tempt Davis with a full straight delivery. Seen out safely. So 94 for 4.
Yeah, wonderful bowling since lunch. 7 overs we've had from Porter and Cook, and only 4 runs have come from them, including the wicket of George Bartlett. It's exactly what the captain would have wanted.
So 2 left-handers at the crease now. Andy Byram on strike to Sam Cook. Played nicely through the leg side. Can't beat the man at wide long on though. Mid-on rather.
There must be a massive traffic jam on St John's Wood Road High Street. At the moment, all we can hear, because of the lack of crowd, you get all the sounds from the street next door, the road next door, and there's just an enormous amount of beeping and going on from the cars. So there's some accident or a huge traffic jam next door. And we've got the sounds of the building site at the far end of the nursery ground. You can hear everything out in the middle, every ooh and ah from the bowlers every time the ball comes off the bat. So you get a kind of sense of the sounds of the game that you don't normally get when you're commentating up in the media centre behind the glass windows, or when there's a crowd on, when you can hear virtually nothing at all.
What I've really enjoyed about these games, and I did a couple of blast games for Middlesex here, is the fact that you can hear everything that the balcony and the other teammates are saying when a side is, particularly when they're batting, because they've got to make the noise.
Yeah,
There's
been
no
noticeable
supporters
today actually. Every
Yeah.
time the ball has gone to the fence, Somerset dressing room has been very vocal. We found that in the test matches between England and Pakistan. The Pakistan players were all watching. The non-playing players were watching from the hotel balconies, really giving the support to those on the field.
So I wonder whether they've really amped that up because they know there are no spectators in, or whether they actually do that when there's a full house in too. You just can't hear them.
I suspect a bit of the former. I mean, it was noticeable to me when Pakistan came, particularly the first test match. They were desperately trying to create some atmosphere of their own out in the middle. County cricketers, of course, are slightly more used to it. You get some decent crowds in county cricket, but rarely a full house.
Beats the bat, does Sam Cook with his final delivery of the over. He's joined up the dots again, 94 for 4 of 38.
Well, beautiful bowling from Sam Cook, who's been the pick of the seamers so far today. Conditions feel quite juicy now. The floodlights are on. They were on just before lunch, but then were switched off for a while, but have come back on now. Feels a little gloomier. Feels like a good time to bowl.
Jamie Porter has decided to come around the wicket to Stephen Davis. Under the lights here at the home of cricket. Davis yet to get off the mark. And a third slip has just been sent in. Ball squared him up there, leading boundaries. So Davis is off the mark. Not how he would have liked to have got off the mark. Good bit of bowling by Porter.
Yeah, it was good bowling because he's coming round the wicket, as you said, Matt. So he's angling the ball into Davies, who's looking to shape. The way he shaped that, he was looking to play it to leg, and it just held up, ran a bit down the hill.
Thick inside edge this time, and the batsman will trot through for a single. So Davis gets himself off strike, gets Byram back on, as the lights really do start to take effect now. Similar to just before the lunch break. Certainly a little bit gloomy at the moment. I know that Adam Collins and Rob Key talked at length in the previous session about light issues in the UK, and that was a hot topic obviously during the Test series.
It was a hot topic, and you know, there was criticisms made of the umpires in that Test match at the Ageas Bowl, but we do get far more play now than we used to because of the advent of floodlights, and what that means is, of course, that you get far more cricket played in bowler-friendly conditions like these. If there were no floodlights on now, probably the umpires would be off for bad light. The fact that we're still out there means that Porter and Sam Cook have got some quite juicy conditions to bowl in now. I think the advent of floodlights over the last few years in English cricket in general, first-class cricket in general, has led to advent of far more bowler-friendly conditions, and it's probably reflected in the respective bowling and batting averages in the last few years.
Well, bouncer from Jamie Porter, perhaps the first he's bowled. Well played in the end by Byram, just dropped the hands. Not a bad tactic though from Porter, just keep the batsman honest. Another edge and another boundary. This one is skirting away down to the vacant third man area. So welcome boundary for Byram. Takes him up to 43, the total, past 100. 103 for 4 after 39. And it looks like there's going to be a change of bowling at the top end. Aaron Beard replacing Sam Cook. Actually, it still is Sam Cook operating from the nursery end. Rob Key's come in and joined me. Michael Atherton's nipped downstairs to write some of his column. What do you reckon, Keys? Is this as dark as it was in the first session?
Oh, I don't think it's too dark, put it that way. I don't know if it's as dark. It looks like, well, we've been surrounded by clouds, but let's hope it stays off. Essex bowling well at the moment, finding a decent length, not a lot of bounce, but just enough movement.
Oh, lovely delivery from Sam Cook, that one. He's beaten the bat a few times this morning. I will nip downstairs. Niall O'Brien coming into the chair.
Why'd you have to say what you're going to do?
Well, just in case anyone wanted to know. I'm going to go and have a sandwich, is that all right?
I don't think, no one cares if you're going to go downstairs.
Chicken salad, by the way.
Oh, well, this is not an easy time to bat. Always rated Steve Davies very highly. Remember when he first came around, he was an elegant left-hander, still is. Someone with just a hint more drive, I reckon, would have played a lot for England. Decent keeper. Was an excellent batsman in an era where, as we know, batting was probably more important than your keeping.
Yeah, started at Worcester. Had a great start to his career, and everyone thought, right, this lad is going to have a long career for England. He made the transition to the Oval. Had a couple of good years there, but just found himself a little bit out of touch. Fresh start down at Taunton. Didn't keep wicket all the time at Somerset, but the last year or so has been back behind the stumps doing a good job. Top class batsman. Easy on the eye, very elegant.
Oh, again, that little bit of movement just away from the left-handers. That's the point. So when he just lacked a little bit of drive, I remember he waited in the wings for Matt Pryor to finish. I remember playing against Steve Davies, and he was at Surrey. Matt Pryor had just pretty much finished with, what do you have, a horrendous ankle injury, Achilles or whatever it was. And we're playing Surrey, and I sort of look round at mid-on as I walk out to bat, and there's Stevie D at mid-on. I sort of think, what are you doing there? He said, I don't, just fancied being out in the field. I just thought, seriously? Now's the time to be keeping. He looks a good player. Young Byram, there's some good players at Somerset. Good players on show for both teams. 104 for 4.
It's a difficult thing to try and comprehend drive and the desire. You would think that any player coming through the system had that desire to play for England, but maybe a couple of knockbacks along the way maybe just hurt his chances. But yeah, you're right. Certainly somebody you look at in county cricket, game in, game out, week in, week out, you thought has to have played a lot of test cricket, has to play a lot of international cricket. Didn't quite work out. Found a good home down at Taunton though. It's done well. Strong Somerset side. Somerset side under a bit of pressure though. Gloomy skies. Ball's been nibbling around. Essex have been excellent. They've been really, really good. Hit a good line of length. Haven't bothered with too many short balls. A fairly flat pitch, slow pitch. Haven't bothered to bang it in that often. Plugged away as you would expect. Got the rewards. You were just practicing your swing there. Technical swing, or was that what were you doing there? Stitching up there.
It looked like there was going to be a change of bowling. Jamie Porter.
Essex will be happier of the two sides. Winning the toss, selecting the field. Haven't let the captain down just yet. They've done well. Somerset, on the other hand, they've got a bit of rebuilding to do. Mid-September, you don't feel it's going to be a hugely high-scoring game. So first inning runs, if you can get 250s or 300, might be a decent score.
I reckon this is his last over. The announcer announced Aaron Beard was going to be coming back on to bowl. I reckon this might be his last over. Recognizing it as a batsman. He's been bowling well. You just look to try and play him off. You just get a feeling when someone's nearly done.
They do bowl long spells. These Essex bowlers generally bowl 5-6 over spells, 7 over spells. They're fit lads, not express pace, so their action is pretty good. Doesn't take too much out of you. He's looked very good. Ed Byram, he's had a pretty shy campaign so far. Been around for 2 or 3 years now at Somerset. Started well a couple of years ago with the Red Bull. Fallen away a little bit. Found himself back in the T20 setup this year down at Taunton, but looked a little bit nervous when he first came to the crease this morning, but he's looked very assured since, Eddie Byram.
Yeah, it was that spell from Beard just before lunch where he just got him off to it. Not a flyer, but he'd started, but that's what got him going. Of all the bowlers, Beard is the one who struggled. 6 overs, 1 for 38. That's why Porter's probably having one more. Try and keep this pressure on. Keep it building.
Always pressure on Essex though. Simon Harmer, he'll probably have another ball fairly shortly, you would think. Mid-September though, 5-day final. You don't need to reach too high. Anything up around 300 should be a decent score, you would think. Ball should dominate back, especially with that new ball in hand.
Just over pitches, just a fraction.
That's what Byram has done well. Anytime there's been a little bit of width or the length has been an offer for him to attack and put a bit of pressure back on the bowler, he's done so. Probably a little bit for Ben Green to keep an eye on for his career, because Ben Green looked solid but was presented with 4 or 5 opportunities to drive and put the bad ball away and just missed out. Byron's been very, very positive in his footwork. Well, disappointing scenes. Just starting to trickle down with rain. We're hoping it's not going to be too severe, but ground staff going to get the hover cover ready, as you can hear. Get the wicket protected. There is some showers forecast, so hopefully it's a passing shower.
Yeah, the forecast looks better as we go through the week, but today, as Niall says, there's just a few showers forecast. We hope they miss, or they don't last long when they do arrive, as one has now. Doesn't look too hard at the moment. Somerset batsmen have trotted off, the Essex players a bit slower. And that hover cover, well, as we haven't seen here from Lords, but we've seen a bit throughout the summer, whether it's been bad light or rain at Old Trafford or the Aegeus Bowl. Plenty of time though left. Niall O'Brien said, a 5-day final. As the rain comes down that little bit harder, just look like, can't see behind us, we're at the pavilion end. Well, it looks like it's filled in behind us, but there's a few breaks in the cloud around. Let's just hope the drainage is excellent here, that as soon as it stops raining we'll be pretty much back out. How do you see it? 107 for 4? What have you made of what we've seen so far today, Noel?
Oh, Essex have been good. Very good actually. They've bowled a good line and length. Haven't given Somerset batsmen too much to work with. Haven't given much width, haven't given much length. Somerset, I reckon, will be a little bit disappointed. Probably lost one more than they would like. Essex probably making the running, but it's been a decent game so far. Good contest between bat and ball, as you would expect this time of year. Just great to be here. Great to be here for this final. Great opportunity for both sets of players to play a big game. This is a huge game in the domestic calendar, first of its kind, and Somerset are fighting back after losing a couple early. Essex have been good. They'll be very happy. Tom Wesley winning the toss, saying we'll have a ball first. We're going to put Somerset under pressure. They've done just that.
Yeah, Bob Willis Trophy Final. Well, obviously in honour of the great man himself, who sadly passed away. Bob Willis, the great England bowler. So in partnership with Prostate Cancer UK, if you'd like to donate, text BOB, B-O-B, to 7004 to donate £10 to Prostate Cancer UK. You can do that at any time. Well, as the hose pipes come out of the hover cover, we just pray that it doesn't last for much longer. So we've had a bit of play here today. 107 for 4. Somerset I've seen some excellent batting. Some real promise in this Somerset batting lineup. Ed Byram in particular. Got a lot of young players on show, but it's the two left-handers, Ed Byram and Stevie Davis, who have the chance, hopefully when we return, to add to that Somerset score. Essex, as they so often have been excellent with the ball. Jamie Porter, Sam Cook, products of their own system at Chelmsford, and Simon Harmer obviously not a product of the Essex youth structure, but what an excellent player he's been for a long time. There you go. Text Bob to 70004, that is, rather than 004. My eyes, that's over the other side. It's completely done me. But donate £10 to Prostate Cancer UK.
Our apologies for the lack of sound since the resumption. I understand a technical hitch has been sorted out. Apologies for that. Missed some absolute nuggets from Niall O'Brien.
Some of our best work, I must say, even if I don't say so myself. Byron's been good. Eddie Byron's looked good. Aggressive approach. He's been very positive in his foot movement, looking to latch on to anything too full this afternoon.
Yep, all three of these Essex seamers have enjoyed the conditions today. I think Sam Cook has bowled as well as any of them, has looked incisive. Spells from the nursery end and pavilion end. Porter has bowled from the pavilion end exclusively, but all three have managed to keep the Somerset batsmen under lock and key. It's a young Somerset lineup in the absence of James Hildreth. Lots of talented young men. Tom Abel, the oldest, at 26, so plenty for them to learn about the game and progress. They've got a good man in Marcus Trescothick to learn from.
Fairly simple game plan for the Essex seamers. Medium pace, no great pace, just hit a good line of length. Challenge that top of the off stump. Ask questions of the Somerset batsman's technique, and they bowl really well. Two lefties at the crease now, though. Stephen Davis, fine player.
Yeah, they're enjoying these conditions. The floodlights are on again, as they have been for much of the day. Feels like it's been a good toss for Essex to win. A fairly straightforward decision to put Somerset in today. The wickets in the opening out. There was a small counter-attack from Eddie Byram just before lunch. That was the only time really Somerset being on top of Essex's bowlers, and very good combination of Porter and Cook just after lunch. Rare bad ball, squeezed through the offside, but only for a couple.
He's done that well. Waited for that full ball. It's been very few and far between. There's been hardly a half volley bowled. You've got to, even in trying conditions, as a batsman, you've still got to be positive. Try and put the bad ball away when it's offered. Trying to assert some pressure back on the Essex attack. You mentioned the toss. I was out there during the toss, well, just before and after the toss, and just loitering around as I do. And Tom Wesley, he won the toss, and he looked around for a bit of support from his coaching staff, as if to say, "What do you reckon?" Made a pretty good choice.
10:30, end of September. Fairly straightforward decision, I would have thought.
Would have been interesting if it was blazing hot, like we've had pretty good weather, last week and even up to a couple of days ago. It's been really warm. If we had those kind of conditions, it may have been a different conversation with Harmer for the fourth innings of the game, but you're right. Drizzle around, lights are going to be on, overcast, have a bowl, put them under pressure. It's been a good competition. Bob Willis Trophy, I must say. Going back 3 or 4 months, wasn't expecting to see a great deal of red ball cricket. It's good to see, and I think the county cricketers have really enjoyed it.
Yeah, there's some rumours at the start, wasn't there, that 1 or 2 counties were reluctant to play first class cricket, whether it was for health reasons or finance reasons. In the end, all joined the competition. Obviously a conference system was devised to get 5 home, 5 away first class games. I think it's been well received. Likely to be the case in 2021 as well.
While we were quiet and off air as such, we were having a nice little chat about Stephen Davis and whether he should have played or maybe pushed harder for a longer international career, maybe a missed opportunity, but fine player for Worcester, Surrey and now Somerset. Rob Key seemed to think that he probably should have played more for England, or stuck his hand up more, or pushed his case a little bit more, but fine catch.
Lovely. What a nice way to go through to a half century for Eddie Byram. That was just pushed time beautifully down the ground. Raise of the bat. You can hear the cheers from the Somerset dressing room just below us where we're commentating from, and loud cheers rang out there as Byram hit his 9th boundary to go through to 50.
Yeah, lovely. Credit to the coaches as well. Generally been an opening batsman for large parts of his career, but dropped down the order.
It's probably the place to bat right now in English cricket. I mean, I always think if you're thinking of international honours that players should be looking to bat in the first 3 for their counties, but I reckon the last 2 or 3 years in English first class cricket, conditions have been exceptionally tough at the top of the order, and if you're a young man making your way, it's been easier in the middle. I can think of a few examples. Max Holden here at Middlesex, who is an opener by trade really, but occasionally last year had to be dropped down into the middle order to find some form and confidence.
He's not the only one in Middlesex that's trying to find a bit of form and confidence with the bat. There's a few around the country. Runs are fairly hard to come by. The last couple of years there's been lots of changes to the county game. No toss rule for a while, no heavy roller for a while, mainly to try and get spin more involved. I'm not sure those rules actually help the spinners get more overs or just gave the medium pacers more assistance.
Bit of bad news. I think you can probably see the ground staff hovering in the distance there. They've resolutely stayed by the covers as if they're anticipating a bit more juice. I can hear patter of rain on the wooden turrets above us. We're commentating from the right hand turret of the old pavilion, and it's definitely just started to drizzle again, to the point at which the umpires have said enough, and I suspect that may well be it for the day. It's been a rain interrupted day, a disappointing day from that regard, but a good one for Eddie Byram, who has played well today. A counter-attack just before lunch to seize the initiative when Essex and their bowlers were on top, and a beautiful straight drive just moments before the rain to bring up his half century on a difficult day for batting. Conditions very much in favour of the bowler under heavy cloud cover, floodlights here at Lord's. Late September, you'd expect it to be that way. So well played, Eddie Byram. Stephen Davies just allows Eddie Byram first exit. Essex's players are just standing out there as if to say it's not really raining that hard. We quite fancy the final 40 minutes here, but I think they're going to have to make their way off because the umpires are not really taking much notice. Both umpires making their way off the hover cover on the pitch. Essex a little bit stubbornly refusing to leave the field and just hanging around, but have now left the field as well.
The Essex players now following suit. It's only starting a little bit heavier. Sometimes the umpires will play by the radar. They know it's coming in. They'll communicate with the ground staff. Carl McDermott, head groundsman here at Lord's. And the right call just to go off before the rain got too heavy. You can understand why Essex wanted to stay out, and it's coming down very heavy now. Somerset batsmen, when they scarpered, they were gone. They wanted to get themselves into the warm sheds, get a cup of tea. Hopefully, for their point of view, they'll just put their feet up to tomorrow. Lashing down now here at Lord's. Somerset have moved along to 119 for 4. Eddie Byram, 51 not out. Stephen Davis giving him good support.
Yeah, it's pretty bleak now. With Somerset 119 for 4. I suspect we'll see very little cricket now for the remainder of the day. At 20 past 5, and on a disappointing rain interrupted day at Lord's, we'll leave things for the moment with Somerset 119 for 4.
for Somerset, his first half century of the season. Top score just 30 going into this match, so a big innings from the young 23-year-old. A couple of cameos as well. Ben Green, the opening batsman, made 24, and Stephen Davis is not out at the moment on 13. So it's interestingly poised at the close of day one. Jamie Porter 1 for 33 from 14 overs, Sam Cook 2 for 38 from 18 overs, and just 6 overs each for Aaron Beard and Simon Harmer. Aaron Beard 1 for 38, he was a bit expensive. Simon Harmer, as ever, very economical, none for 10 from his 6 overs. Right, let's get some reaction from the Somerset camp now. Ben Green is with Niall O'Brien.
Talk me the first day, Bob Willis Trophy Final.
Yeah, obviously a bit of a tough day with a bit of weather around, and obviously a new ball on a new surface is obviously going to be a challenging first session for us. There was certainly enough in the pitch when the bowlers got it right.